here on Seattle Sports, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports application. You can also find us on YouTube, Seattle Sports on 710. Again, YouTube page, social media, wherever you find your content. We're all over the place. It's Lyle again, doing the 6 a.m. hour here with you. We'll take you through a little bit of the outline for today's show. It'll be similar to yesterday. Again, Brock will be in at 7. Brady Henderson will be in at 7. Those guys are going to go through a bunch of stuff today, do some more Seahawks talk as they get ready for what's going to be an even bigger game against the Panthers now after the Niners won on Monday Night Football last night, where it continues to put pressure on the Seahawks to have to win their final 2 games, to try to win the NFC West, to try to get that 1 seed and take home field advantage through Seattle through the playoffs. So they're going to do a bunch of that. They're also going to have Matt Hasselbeck on today. Obviously, recurring guest of the show, good friend of Brock's. He's going to be joining at 7:30 today. He'll have plenty to talk through with these guys, so that should be fun. And yeah, there's going to be a lot of football talk today. So we'll probably go around the NFL a little bit as we get everybody ready for the holiday and get everybody ready for Christmas, get everybody ready for what's going to be a long weekend. Yeah, it'll be good stuff. I want to go through a couple things here as, again, Salk's on vacation, Mora's on vacation. Brock will get in here at 7 o'clock. Again, good to talk to you guys this morning. But, yeah, let's go through a little bit of the Monday Night Football game, and then we'll get to some baseball here in the 6 a.m. hour. So, 49ers move to 11-4 on the year. They take down the Colts 48-27. That game actually doesn't tell the full story. It stayed a lot closer than that for what felt like a majority of this thing. It was actually pretty back and forth. It was a close game going into halftime. It was a close enough game coming out of the second half. I mean, it was 24-17 going into halftime. And then coming out of the second half, I mean, the Colts had pressure on the Niners. Phillip Rivers, man, credit to him. He had another pretty solid game. He threw 1 pick, but threw for just under 300 yards. He throws for 2 touchdown passes. And it was a game where the Colts actually had to do a lot through the air on a night where San Francisco took away the run game. I mean, Jonathan Taylor only ran the ball for 46 yards. He was averaging less than 3 yards a carry last night. They put that ball in Phillip Rivers' hands, and he put that game on his shoulders a decent amount last night because he threw the ball 35 times. Exactly what they said he wasn't going to do against the Seahawks, where they said he wasn't going to air it out a bunch. He did on Monday night. Just didn't end up quite being enough. 49ers win 48-27, so they win by nearly 20 points as they move to 11-4 on the year. And again, continue to put pressure on the Seahawks. And for the Niners next week, they've got this tougher 3-game slate to end the season. One of those games just being the Colts. But final 2 games, it is no cakewalk for those guys. They play the Bears next week, who are fighting for that 1 seed in their own right. The Bears are 11-4, just like the 49ers are. But the Niners will have their final 2 games at home, so that gives them a little bit of an advantage. But again, big story here is they continue to put pressure on the Seahawks to have to win these final 2 games to try to lock up the NFC West and lock up the number 1 seed in the NFC. So the Niners did their part. They held serve, which, again, makes the game against the Panthers this upcoming Sunday all that much more important for the Seahawks. And obviously you're not going to call it a must-win because they're in the playoffs no matter what, and they're going to be in the dance no matter what. But if you want to take home field advantage through Seattle and at least get that first-round game at home and try to find a way to get a bye, yeah, in that way, it's a must-win where you're going to have to go beat Carolina in Charlotte on Sunday. George Kittle also got banged up in that game. We'll talk you through need to know a little bit with that stuff. But he sounds like he's day-to-day, injured his ankle last night, said he's decently optimistic post-game, but we'll talk through that a little bit more throughout the morning. Let's do a little baseball talk here. So the Mariners made a move yesterday. Welcome to Seattle, Rob Refsnyder. And we talked about this a little bit last week. I highlighted him as somebody that I thought would make a lot of sense for the Mariners, even as much as a week or 2 ago. And I did so because the way the Mariners roster is starting to shake out, you can tell it's going to be decently left-handed heavy, right? There's a lot of left-handed bats in this lineup, and a lot of them, unfortunately, do not hit left-handed pitching particularly well. So when you start to pencil in the Mariners starting lineup for what it could look like in 2026, you say to yourself, yeah, if there's a tough lefty on the mound, there's a world they could run into some trouble because there's a whole lot of left-handed bats. So I was saying to myself, okay, how could the Mariners balance out all the left-handed bats, do it somewhat cost efficiently, because obviously they're still going after that one final impact bat, difference-making bat that can really add some force to your lineup. I said, how can you do that and do it cost efficiently that isn't going after Bo Bichette or Alex Bregman? Because we've talked about it doesn't feel like that's going to happen for the Mariners. It doesn't feel like those guys are going to wind up in Seattle. So I said, what else could you do? And I landed on Rob Refsnyder because the guy just absolutely pulverizes left-handed pitching. And truthfully, he's done it most of his career. You look up and down, and you can cut it up any way you want with Refsnyder. You want to look at his career? The guy's OPS 826 against left-handed pitching. You want to look at just last year? He OPS 959 against left-handed pitching. This is what this guy is in lineups to do. I'm not saying he never plays against righties, but the splits are pretty drastic. And what is abundantly clear is the guy just destroys lefties. He kills southpaws. And I said that would really balance out the Mariners lineup a bit. So on a day where you get a tough lefty, say you go up against, it could be Framber Valdez. He may not stick in the division. It could be one of the A's left-handed pitchers. If you go up against a tough lefty, you've got to find some way to balance it out, to get some lefties in that lineup that can, or get some righties in that lineup that can really hit lefties. Because again, you'll have Randy, you'll have Julio, Cal switch hits, Robles will hit from the right side, although he actually hasn't hit left-handed pitching particularly well over the last couple years. For his career, he's a little bit better. But how do you find more right-handed bats to hit left-handed pitching? This is what Refsnyder does. He has absolutely destroyed left-handed pitching. It's his game. And he's going to reportedly move around a little bit. He'll play the outfield. They say he'll play a little bit of first base. But this is a guy that absolutely balances out this lineup a little bit. Now, that being said, with this signing, it does feel like there's going to be another move on the horizon. Because as we stand, the Mariners currently have 4 right fielders. They have Rob Refsnyder, they have Victor Robles, they have Dom Canzone, and they have Luke Raley. It doesn't feel like they're going to roll with all 4 guys going into opening day, right? It's a lot of right fielders. It feels hard to work in playing time for all of those guys. Yeah, you'll have the DH spot, but it feels like it would be really tough to work in time for all 4 of those guys in 2026. So it feels like in addition to signing Refsnyder and filling a need, which is making your lineup a little bit more balanced when you need to, it feels like this also signals there's another move on the horizon. And we already know that for the most part, right? The Mariners still want to get one more bat, whether it's Brendan Donovan, whether it's Nico Horner, whether it's Ketel Marte, whether it be one of those guys or somebody we're not even thinking about. Feels like another move's coming. And if it's going to be via the trade route, it feels like one of these right fielders may not be here once opening day rolls around and they get packaged for one of these bats. They'd be a part of a package for one of these bats. Maybe they're part of a trade for some more relief pitching. I've said I think the Mariners need one more leverage bullpen arm. It was something they clearly targeted last deadline. It's something they've talked about that they've wanted throughout this offseason. So it feels like that could be a route they go with one of these right fielders too. But I think it's fair to say that with the signing of Refsnyder, it's probably not going to be all 4 of these right fielders rolling into opening day. That's my assumption, at least. It just feels like it's too much of a logjam with not enough playing time to go around for all 4 of those guys. So the Refsnyder signing does 2 things. It does it in 2 parts. It fills a need. It gives you a phenomenal clubhouse presence. I'll talk about it a little bit more in Need to Know, but Refsnyder, by all accounts, is supposed to be just an A1 dude. Great clubhouse guy. He has been beloved everywhere he's gone. And it also probably signals that another move is on the way. What could the next move be? That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And that's what we're going to have to wait around and find out as this offseason continues for the Seattle Mariners. All right, we'll take a quick break, come back with everything you need to know. We'll also re-air our conversation with Sheil Kapadia yesterday from The Ringer, which was fantastic. That'll be coming up at 6:30. After everything you need to know next, here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, everybody, it's Bob Stelton here along with Dave Wyman from the Wyman and Bob Show. And it's going to be tough, Dave, to top 2025. The Mariners, 8 outs away from the World Series. The Seahawks, as we sit, are the #1 seed in the NFC. How do they top that in 26?
How about Mariners to the World Series and the Seahawks win the Super Bowl in 2026? What do you think?
I can't wait. Merry Christmas to all of our listeners. Happy New Year. Have a good one, everybody.
What Bob said.
You're going to do a Neil Diamond show?
A Neil Diamond experience.
From Focus Features.
Are you ready to sing?
Critics and audiences are raving. Song Sung Blue is fantastically entertaining.
It's good. So good.
With powerhouse performances from Hugh Jackman and Kate Hudson.
Tell me I'm doing the right thing.
You are.
Based on a triumphant true story about never giving up on your dreams.
Sold out shows.
We're sold out?
Song Sung Blue, rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. Only in theaters this Thursday.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Have you heard the story that's about a guy who lives in a bank that is really close by? The Capital One Cafe is his home, no doubt, where customers bank and get their cash out. There's no fees or minimums on checking accounts, so your money stays. Most Capital One cafes are open all 7 days. This magical place, as some people might call it, is where the Capital One Bank guy says, "What's in your wallet?" Such a lovely tale.
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One and a member FDIC.
Clinton Yates here, and the holidays are upon us, full of gatherings, toasts, and plenty of cheer. And if you're like me, you want every moment to shine. That's why I head to Total Wine & More, where you'll find it all at the lowest prices, from rich whiskeys and smooth tequilas to festive liqueurs and elegant champagnes. And if you're not sure what to grab, their guides will help you find bottles that impress. You'll always find what you love and love what you find only at Total Wine & More. Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly. B21.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III!
Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to mydataqb.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or mydataqb.com.
Toyota of Kirkland is celebrating Toyotathon with an inventory sale down on all 2025 RAV4s, the vehicle that's built for adventure and designed for your everyday life. 2025 gas RAV4s, 2025 hybrid RAV4s. All 2025 RAV4s are available at Toyota of Kirkland this Toyotathon for an inventory sale down. Come check out their amazing showroom, the wonderful staff, get a test drive, and take that 2025 RAV4 home the same day. Stop in today or visit online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, we've got further updates on the DK Metcalf situation. He has been handed out a 2-game suspension by the NFL. If you remember from Sunday, got into it with a fan in Detroit. He threw a little bit of a haymaker. He throws a punch at this fan. And on Monday, the NFL comes down with what they will announce as a 2-game suspension. That'll keep Metcalf out for the rest of the regular season. So if the Steelers get into the dance and make the playoffs, Metcalf will be back for the postseason. But he is not going to suit up for the final 2 games of the regular season for the Steelers. Now, he is appealing, and he's going to try to appeal this suspension. But if it all holds up, he is going to serve the final 2 games of the regular season from the sidelines. Ian Rappaport had a little bit more on this situation.
The NFL has officially suspended DK Metcalf 2 games for conduct detrimental to the NFL, and you just cannot do that. You can't cross the line. You can't go into the stands. You can't engage with a fan on game day, have any sort of contact with them, which DK Metcalf clearly did. Now, what Metcalf is alleging, according to colleague Tom Pelissero, is that this fan issued a racial slur and a slur about DK Metcalf's mother, and that is why Metcalf went after him. This fan then put out a statement on social media saying in very strong language that he did not do any of that. The NFL will now weigh in on that. It should be sooner rather than later, likely tomorrow. We will get an answer from the NFL.
Yeah, just not a good situation all around. We'll see what ends up coming out of this whole story, and if either side proves to have more of the facts on it than the other. But just all around with DK Metcalf, look, we talked about it yesterday, right? When I saw Metcalf throw this punch, look, I mean, let's be clear first. If this fan really said what Metcalf's alleging that he said, that's horrific and should never, ever happen. That being said, you just can't throw punches at a fan, man. And when you think about Mike McDonald's saying, right, the MOB saying, the mission over BS, it's just hard not to think back to the couple of trades they made this offseason. I mean, think about what's happened since then. You had Geno Smith flipping off fans at one point. This year in Vegas, you got DK Metcalf throwing punches with the Steelers. It's this stuff that I think Mike McDonald was ready to try to rid the Seahawks of after his first year in town last year. And by all accounts, it's really paid off for Seattle here in 2025. So again, a 2-game suspension for Metcalf. He is going to appeal. We'll see if it holds up at any point this week.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Welcome to Seattle, Rob Refsnyder. The Mariners signed their second bat in free agency this offseason, and they inked the veteran left-handed platoon bat to a 1-year deal for a little bit over $6 million. That's what Refsnyder will make in 2025. Refsnyder spent the last 4 years with the Red Sox, and by all accounts, he's been really good in Boston in that time. 3 of his 4 years with the Red Sox, he's ran an OPS well over 800. Most of that has to do with what he's done and the damage he's put up against left-handed pitching, which is why the Mariners are bringing him in here. He OPS nearly 960 last year against left-handed pitching, and for his career, he OPS is about 826. The guy kills lefties, man, and by all accounts, he is beloved in every clubhouse he's been in. If you watch the Red Sox Netflix documentary at all, which maybe some of you did, I mean, they really highlight that during that documentary, during the series, that Rob Refsnyder was beloved in that clubhouse. He's a great veteran presence. People really like the guy. They gravitate toward him. So to have him in Seattle and doing what he can do against lefties to balance out this lineup a lot more with a group that is very left-handed heavy. I mean, you just think about it. J.P. Crawford, Dom Canzone, Luke Raley, Cole Young, eventually Colt Emerson. There's a lot of left-handed hitters in this lineup. So to have Refsnyder into the fold now and being able to plug and play him into the DH spot, into the outfield, at first base when you need him to, when you have a left-handed pitcher on the mound. Oh, I didn't even mention Josh Naylor when you talk about left-handed hitters, speaking of first base. There's a lot of lefties on this team, and what Rob Refsnyder can do from the right side of the plate against left-handed pitching really has a chance to be beneficial to this team, and I think it's a really, really seamless move. I talked about this a week or two ago, saying that he is a perfect cost-controlled fit to help balance out this lineup. I said he'd make a ton of sense, and I really like that the Mariners brought him into the fold. I think he fits exactly what they need, and he's going to play an important role in 2026, especially because with 4 right fielders now, with Refsnyder, Dom Canzone, Luke Raley, and Victor Robles, my guess is not all 4 of those guys enter opening day on the roster. So as a result of that, likely more moves coming. You know the Mariners are still looking for that one final impact bat, whether it's Brendan Donovan, Ketel Marte, etc. And we'll see how that all unfolds. Will one of those right fielders be used in a trade package to get one of those guys or to get some extra bullpen help? Certainly feels possible as the offseason rolls on.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, pretty quiet day for the Seahawks yesterday. They didn't practice. They were off as they start to gear up for another really important game as they're going to take on the Panthers on Sunday. Panthers leading the division in their own right. They're fighting for a playoff spot, fighting for that NFC South title. But after what the Colts did or more didn't do against the Niners on Monday Night Football, even more pressure is going to be on the Seahawks to continue to win each of their final couple of games, which includes going up against those Niners in the final week of the year. 49ers take down the Colts 48-27 on the road in Indianapolis. Brock Purdy had a big night. He threw for 5 touchdowns on the evening and just a little under 300 yards. Christian McCaffrey ran all over the place, 117 yards. George Kittle went for 115 receiving yards and a touchdown, although he did leave the game with a bit of an ankle injury. And post-game, he sounded cautiously optimistic. We'll play you some sound of that later in the show. But it's going to be a storyline to follow if you're the Seahawks. It feels a little day-to-day, maybe week-to-week with him. So in 2 weeks, when the Seahawks go up against the Niners in Santa Clara, is Kittle going to be on the field? I think that'll be a pretty fascinating storyline to watch because obviously when he's at his best, like he was on Monday night, he does so much for that team and for that offense as well. So the 49ers move to 11-4 on the year. They'll take on the Chicago Bears next Sunday before that final Week 18 showdown with the Seahawks, which by all accounts could decide the NFC West, maybe even that #1 seed in the NFC. That's everything you need to know. We do it 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, we got a couple of texts this morning. Somebody says, everyone's gone. So basically, Lyle, you've been sent to the Island of Misfit Toys. And in the spirit of Salk, he wants to know, do you know what the Island of Misfit Toys is? Wouldn't you be shocked to know? Yes. It's not just the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer movie. It's the sequel to the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer movie. There was one that came out first, and then there was this one with the Island of Misfit Toys, which he's referencing. All right, how many characters can I rattle off from that? There's the Toy Takers, the villain, right? On the Island of Misfit Toys, there's the boomerang that never floats back. See, I knew this. I knew what you were talking about. And then somebody else says this morning, Lyle, did you have a really good feeling about Refsnyder a couple weeks ago, just looking at the market? Or did you go to dinner with his parents at the winter meetings and get the inside scoop? No. I hate to break it to you. I did not get to break bread with the Refsnyders at the winter meetings in Orlando. I hate to break you the news. Did not get to have dinner with the Refsnyders and get the scoop. See, I thought that we were supposed to avoid this stuff with Salk gone. I thought you guys were supposed to be nice with Salk gone, and I didn't have to deal with all this since he's such an instigator of this stuff. Well, Brock is too, but he'll be in a little over a half hour. But, yeah, look at that. I knew your reference. So shout out to you, Matt in Beaverton. Yes, I know what the Island of Misfit Toys is. All right, coming up after this, we're going to re-air a really good conversation with Sheil Kapadia from The Ringer yesterday that Brock and Brady Henderson had, where he highlighted a bunch of different things. Brock threw him under the bus a little bit with an old take of his. They also highlight some of what went well for the Seahawks against the Rams, why this offense has really thrived this year, why Sam Darnold's fit in this system. It's a great conversation. You'll hear it next on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Stacey Ross.
What's up? It's Michael Bumpus.
Of Bump and Stacey, obviously. And we just want to wish you guys happy holidays and thank you all for sticking with us in 2025.
2025 has been crazy. Let's have a better 2026.
So from all of us at the Bump and Stacey Show, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year.
2026, you have some big shoes to fill, and we can't wait. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays from Seattle Sports.
Look, it's never too early to plan for retirement, right? Whether it's decades away or maybe just around the corner, Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors can ensure you feel prepared for this financial shift. It's Mike Salk here, and my friends at Trajan Wealth offer tailored insights and strategies designed specifically for investors with $500,000 or more in savings looking for ways to optimize those funds. Start with an introductory meeting. That's what I did. They'll explain their strategy, which is tailor-made to your specific needs and goals. They'll help you with the accumulation phase of life, which most of us are in now, but then also with the plans for using that money in retirement and beyond. All without paying more than your fair share in taxes, right? Super helpful for someone like me who doesn't exactly spend every day staring at stock quotes. Call the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth today to schedule your free consultation at 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300 or TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Good Dog Auto Glass.
When the stakes are high, you want the best on your team. When your windshield breaks, don't settle for your insurance company's fix that's just safe enough. Trust Good Dog Auto Glass, where the quality isn't light. We do all the things the little guys don't, and we do all the things the big guy does.
We answer the phone when you call, we work for you, and we will walk you through the insurance process. Visit GoodDogAutoGlass.com, Puget Sound's most trusted auto glass company, and get more bang for your bark.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends.
meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends. And explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
It's about grit.
Leonard Williams drags him down.
Running through whatever gets in your way.
The handoff to Charbonnet. Stiff arms a man, turns, first down. Oh my goodness! What a blast!
Fighting for every yard.
The handoff to Walker. He breaks a tackle, comes back to the near side, stumbles across the 10, breaks a tackle. Touchdown! Seahawks!
And a drive that never ends. Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football. Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
Ward C. Mueller and Associates reminds listeners many uniformed personnel and healthcare providers will spend this holiday season working hard to keep us safe. These heroic men and women spend long hours away from home, protecting our freedom and providing critical medical care. Please thank them for their many sacrifices and putting their lives on the line for us every day. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at Ward C. Mueller and Associates. Family owned since 1955, providing top quality services for all your land surveying needs.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, this should be fun. How do I want to handle this, Brady?
Take the high road.
Do I want to handle it with class and decorum?
Yes.
High level of character. Your predecessor, you did this job. He set the table for you so you could really run with it. Or do I want to handle it like just an angry, just demanding sports radio host? Do I want to play the sound of Sheil Kapadia? Sheil, do I understand that you're there? Hello, Sheil.
I'm here. How are you guys doing? Thanks for the warm welcome, Brock.
Oh, Sheil, you told us, to be fair, you said, listen, I'll come on at the end of the year, right? Because I gave you the business. I didn't like your preseason grade of C-. You graded you graded the Seattle Seahawks a C-, Sheil Kapadia, heading into this season. In fact, if you like receipts and you like sound, I got it for you. This was you with us grading our team here in Seattle is a C-.
They had a mediocre offense last year, and they replaced Geno Smith with Sam Darnold. They replaced DK Metcalf with Cooper Kupp. They replaced Ryan Grubb with Clint Kubiak, and they add one offensive lineman who is a rookie in Gray Zabel. So that does not inspire me. As I've mentioned before, I'm giving them a C-.
You inspire now, pal? You inspire now?
I mean, that's not even among my 10 worst takes of the offseason. I mean, I am unfazed by that. Now, I was wondering, was it going to be that, or was it going to be my inspired take that the Seahawks would have the best defense in the NFL? I assume that's coming later in the show. Listen, I was wrong. There's no doubt about it. Their offense has been way better than I expected. And Sam Darnold, I thought that drive in overtime on Thursday night was, flat out the biggest possession of his career, the biggest drive of his career. Because, listen, I would like to see your group chats, Brock, from when there's 9 minutes left in the fourth quarter, where you're saying, hey, Sheil might have been onto something there. That maybe when the rubber hits the road, the Seahawks offense isn't going to have that. But that's why they play the full 60 minutes and more than 60 minutes on Thursday night.
Brock, you ought to know better than to test a Philly guy like that. Come on, man. You know a Philly guy is going to come back with some attitude, and good for him. Good for Sheil. By the way, what's up, Sheil? Always good to talk to you. Tell me about just Sam Darnold's season in totality. He's got the 13 interceptions. I believe he is among the league leaders, if not tied for the league lead, or maybe even leading the league in total turnovers, but yet he's still getting the job done. What do you think of just the season in totality?
Yeah, I think their whole offense has been predicated on explosive plays in the passing game. I don't think they've been a great rushing team by any metric you look at, but they do run the football at a high rate, and it's all to set up the play action and hit on those explosives downfield, and he's made those plays. And so when you have a great defense like they do, I think you can play that way, and I think that's how they want to play. So I think they had a plan. I didn't see the vision as Brock pointed out before the season, but they had the vision and it's worked out well. I think it's protected Sam Darnold. It's made up for any shortcomings they might have on the offensive line. And to be fair to Darnold, again, the run game hasn't been great. It's not like he's one of these quarterbacks where they're running the ball great and he just has – no, it hasn't been great, and he still had to make plays as he did in overtime. So, yeah, I think you're feeling really good about it after that game last week.
Sheil, we do love you, and you did think this defense is going to be really good, and they've been, and I think exceeded, save for Thursday night. They've just been unbelievably dominant. And I am curious on this. We follow it, obviously, so closely, so emotionally, so passionately, the flagship of this team and Brady in that building every single day covering the team. I'm curious from your perspective as to how you would answer this question. So you spit out the what and what they've done really well. How about the why? Why do you think this actually worked for the Seahawks in those moves that they made?
Well, I think that they knew or they had a vision that Sam Darnold in this scheme could play as well as he did or better than he did last year in that Viking scheme. And that's, to be quite frank, what I was skeptical of. I said, all right, I've heard some good things about Clint Kubiak, but he doesn't have the same resume as some of these great offensive coaches in the NFL. So I need to see it to believe it. And I think they looked at it and said, no, the things we're going to ask him to do, he's going to be able to do those things in this offense. And Jackson Smith-Njigba, I'm sure everybody was high on him. I'm sure they liked him. I don't know that anyone thought he was going to reach this level of wide receiver, specifically when defenses are coming in every week saying we're going to game plan for him. He's the guy we need to take away, and he's still doing it. I mean, that is the mark of a truly great wide receiver. So I think those things have come together. The offensive line has certainly improved, and it's led to this spot where, man, if you're the 1 seed in any conference in any given year, you have a great chance to get to the Super Bowl. It's such an advantage with the bye, with the home field throughout. And this, I don't know what you guys think about it. This, to me, has been maybe the weirdest NFL season in a long, long time, where I'm going into it going, I have no idea what two teams are going to be playing in the Super Bowl.
Well, kind of along those lines, I'm curious, what your power rankings look like right now, what they look like actually going into that Thursday game and what they look like now. Where do you have the Seahawks in the Sheil Kapadia power rankings?
Yeah, I think in the NFC, I feel like the Rams and the Seahawks are 1 and 2 in some order. Now, if you told me, hey, they're going to play on Sunday in a neutral field, who am I going to pick? I mean, I might still pick the Rams. We can't discount the first 51 minutes of that game when it looked like, oh my gosh, the Rams are certainly the better team here. Now, if the Seahawks end up getting the 1 seed and getting the bye, then I think that's going to flip it in their favor. So I think these are a huge final 2 weeks for them. So right now, I don't know if I'm avoiding the question or not. Neutral field, I would pick the Rams over the Seahawks. I just have that trust factor with the coach and the quarterback where I haven't seen Darnold do it in the playoffs yet. But if we get to the playoffs and the Seahawks have the 1 seed and the Rams are having to go on the road 3 straight weeks, then that might be enough to flip it for me.
Sheil, remind me the years you were here in Seattle doing the job that Brady does now at ESPN. What years were you here?
2015 and 2016.
So 2015 and 16, just after the Super Bowl runs.
Yes.
When you were in the building, the most electric atmosphere that you got to cover, were there any games that in any way brought you back to what you felt through your television Thursday night?
Oh my gosh, there were so many great games. You know what I thought was, and this actually wasn't in Seattle, but just in terms of quality of play and game that I'll always remember, is the Seahawks played a Sunday nighter at Foxborough, where these were two teams at near the peak of their powers. And if you count up the Hall of Famers in that game with Brady, with Gronk, with all the guys on the Seahawks, and it ended with Cam Chancellor making a play on Rob Gronkowski in the end zone. Because I've been asked the question before, like, what are the best games you've ever covered? And that's the one that I'm always like, man, that was just, this is elite football right here. But in terms of craziness, I'm trying to think what the craziest game was in those 2 years. And I'm old and I have kids, and so my memory is not what it used to be.
Well, they did have that overtime game, that 6-6 tie that was in Arizona, but that was, I believe, in 2016.
Yeah.
Yes, I covered that one, and I remember Richard Sherman being dragged to his locker by Bobby Wagner and another teammate because he couldn't walk because he had played every special team snap as well. So I think it was like 97 snaps he had played in that game. And so when, journalism students ask me about the NFL, I'm like, that was a glimpse of what NFL players actually go through to get through a game and get through a season. So, yes, that is a vivid memory as well.
You know the voice, he is Sheil Kapadia, just a friend of the show, even though we can poke fun with one another every once in a while and maybe keep a receipt or two. Because you get to cover now things on a more national level, I kind of asked Rich Gannon a similar question last hour, Sheil. You know, it's easy for me and Brady to say, like, oh, man, Seahawks, so many good dudes. Chuck Arnold, John Schneider, Sam Darnold, Mike McDonald. They're just normal, good, non-pretentious, genuine human beings. Like if you saw them in the airport or you hung out with them, they're just real people. I'm curious, as you cover the league, is that the norm? Or are most organizations that way, or are the Seahawks in some regard, from just your life experience of covering different people and different teams, kind of an outlier in that regard?
No, I think they're probably an outlier, and I don't know Sam Darnold, but viewing it from afar, I've always had the thought that no NFL quarterback is normal. You know, you look at these, and you know, the great ones are especially not normal. And Brock, you could probably speak to this better than I can. But you know, it doesn't mean you don't get along with them. It doesn't mean they're good guys. But are they normal people that you could just, like you said, airport, sit down at the bar? No, these would be like some very strange guys. I think the two quarterbacks in the NFL right now that maybe feel normal they're actually playing each other this week. I think Bryce Young and Sam Darnold, if I did my normal rankings, that, hey, you know, these guys actually seem like not robots, not the most arrogant people in the world, just kind of like, hey, they would sort of be fun to be around. Again, I don't know Darnold, but from afar, you see him interact with teammates, what people say about him, even when he wasn't playing well and, you know, was viewed as a bust, it still seemed like people liked him, with the Jets. And so, yeah, I do think it probably is a bit of an outlier there for that, if nothing else.
Hey, Sheil, I want to ask you about Clint Kubiak and what you think his chances are of, you know, getting involved, getting some looks in this head coaching cycle. Because on one hand, I look at him and say, this is everything that every NFL team is looking for right now. A young guy with ties to all the West Coast system head coaches, and he's coordinating one of the better offenses in the NFL right now. Also has the lineage with his dad. He's also a very low-key guy, and I wonder how that's going to play in interviews. What's your sense of how much kind of involvement he's going to have in this head coaching cycle?
Yeah, I like that you brought up that he's a low-key guy, because you see some of these lists that circulate in the national arena now, and just to take people behind the scenes, there are very powerful coaching agents in the NFL who have a way to get their guys' names on certain lists. So if you're ever reading a list going, how in the world is this guy being mentioned as an NFL coaching? That's probably, you know, what is happening there. But I think Kubiak has a very good shot, to get a head coaching job. I don't think it's a really strong group of coaching candidates this last offseason. You could say, all right, Ben Johnson, there's a great case for him. Mike Vrabel, there's a great case for him. You could name 3 or 4 guys that you say, hey, it might not work out. It's hard to predict, but these are very good candidates. And it's hard to find those guys this year, in my opinion. When you just look at around the league and say which coaches are doing more with less. And I think he falls into that category. You know, I always do my rules for hiring a head coach, and I'm always careful. Like, I would never hire a guy who had success with like Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. I wouldn't say never, but if like that's the best thing you did, it's like, all right, you know, I think those guys were going to be okay regardless. But to come into this situation with a new quarterback, with some questions on the offensive line, with one great wide receiver, and to do this, that at least is proof of concept to me that, hey, he has done it when maybe the circumstances haven't been perfect. So yeah, I think he'll certainly get interviews. And I don't know, maybe a toss-up 50-50 chance whether he actually gets that head coaching job.
I would weigh in on that and just say that the NFL is so biased in the present. And the present is Mike Vrabel, Mike McDonald, defensive guys that have just elevated their programs, right? And a couple years ago, it was all offensive guys, and you got to have that offensive wizard. I think the Brian Floreses, the Robert Salas, the Chris Shulas, I think you're going to see just
Jesse Minter.
Just the prisoner of the moment. Like, you know, I need to play defense. I need elite defensive guys to shut down and disrupt offenses, and, you know, watching Vrabel and McDonald and those guys do it. So along those lines, Sheil, if you had a Coach of the Year vote, who are your top 3?
Coach of the Year. Okay, see, I did this a couple weeks ago, and now I have to change it. So let me look here. Let me take a look here at
we
the
keep
standings.
receipts, so make sure you get this right. So we keep receipts here on this show.
That's right. I'm looking at it now, and I think Liam Cohen has to be on the list with the way the Jacksonville Jaguars are playing right now. They're 11-4. I think that Trevor Lawrence is playing the best football of his career, so he's going to be on the list. Ben Johnson is going to be on the list. I actually think Ben Johnson would get my vote if I had to pick a guy right now, with some of the skeletons of that franchise and how long it's been and the way he came in, and they're 11-4 and got Caleb Williams to play at that level. And you know what, Brock? Because you struck a little fear in my heart. You intimidated me. You stuffed me into the locker. Yes. And so I'm not going to make the same mistake. I'm going Mike McDonald on the top 3. You're not keeping this receipt where you're calling me back in February and they're playing in the Super Bowl and you go, Sheil, after week 16, you didn't even have him on your top. Nope, not happening. Listen, I learned my lesson. I'm not new to the content game. And so Mike McDonald, congratulations. You're on my top 3 list.
What an honor.
Folks in Boston are screaming at you right now. Are you serious? Look at what Vrabel has done with their young organization and first year coming in. And it is remarkable if you to look maybe preseason, right? To your point of kind of preseason expectations. And you said at the start of the show to Brady and I, like, isn't this NFL nuts this year? I mean, look at last year's playoffs. There's going to be no Washington, likely no Detroit. There's going to be no Minnesota. We'll see what happens with Green Bay. There's going to be no Kansas City, likely no Baltimore. I mean, this has been, I know there's turnover, Sheil, every year, right? Every year there's a couple surprises in the playoffs. But in your years of covering the NFL, have you ever seen it turn on its head like this?
I have not. And I think, if you look at like, hey, what's going to happen the next 10 years, how many years will there be a playoffs where there's no Patrick Mahomes, no Lamar Jackson, and no Joe Burrow? I mean, there might not be one in the next 10 years. So I think the AFC teams, they're feeling a lot of pressure. A guy like Josh Allen's probably feeling a lot of pressure. Like, man, I've been so close, and this isn't even my best Bills team, but we have a real chance to get to the Super Bowl here. And then you have all these other teams where it feels like you're a team on the rise. A team like the Broncos where they say, hey, this is the start of something. It might be the start of something. It might also be your best chance ever to get to the Super Bowl or win the Super Bowl because of how unique this year is. And then all the teams in the NFC. I mean, really, I look at the NFC playoffs right now, and other than the winner of the NFC South, I would not be surprised if you told me any of those teams are playing in the Super Bowl. Seahawks, Bears, Eagles, Rams, 49ers. You tell me any of those. I think all those teams actually have a chance to get there to the Super Bowl. So, yes, it has been totally wild. Where every preseason I go, all right, let me find 3 new playoff teams in the AFC, 3 new playoff teams in the NFC. And you do that exercise in August, and it's really hard. You go, no, I can't. It's too hard. And then you get to January every year, and you go, oh, yep, it happened again. But to this degree, I think almost all new division winners this year, I think maybe except for the NFC East. So it's been wild.
Sheil, I told Brock before we got you on the air that I am going to be forever grateful for you for the decision you made to go back home to Philadelphia, because you had the job that I currently have before me, and you were doing such a good job in that role that you would have had it for as long as you wanted it. So thank you for deciding to go back home, which leads me to my question about the Eagles, the team in your hometown. What is going on there? That just strikes me as a team that looks like with this core, they're always going to be in it because they've got so much talent, but there's always going to be questions about whether or not it's going to come crumbling down because there seems like there's so much volatility with that team right now. What's your thought on the Eagles and their chances of making it to the Super Bowl?
Well, first of all, Brock, I don't know how to take that sort of, was that a compliment? Like, I hung out with Brady almost every day. We sat next to each other in the Seahawks media room. I thought we had a great friendship, and he's like, thank you for leaving and being out of my life. I don't know how am I supposed to take
leaving
that,
me. It's
Brock,
opening up the job for me to take it.
It's great to not see you every day. No, I'm just kidding, Brady.
100% genuine. We did sit next to each other in the media room, by the way.
Yeah, great time. I love that Seahawks media room. We had a great time for 2 years. I think the Eagles are a flawed team. It usually doesn't look right, and they almost never lose. That's how I would describe them. Where, you look at like Nick Sirianni's record and Jalen Hurts' record, and they're 10-5 this year, and they're the only repeat division winner. So I think their defense is really good. I look at Houston the Seahawks, and the Eagles as probably the 3 defenses I'm going to trust the most when it gets to the playoffs. And offensively, it hasn't looked good. There's no doubt about it. Their offensive line isn't as good. I think some of Jalen Hurts' limitations have been shown this year. Their run game hasn't been as good. The scheme is not great. So it's just a very up and down team where you look at it and say, can they figure it out in the playoffs and kind of go on a heater or do enough offensively? And I would say I'm leaning towards that probably not being the case, but they still have a lot of talent. And so there's always a chance with that pedigree, with the way they played in the playoffs last year, that they have a chance. But defense, trust them. Offense, you just don't know what you're going to get week to week.
Okay, Sheil, final 30 seconds to minute here. Do the Seahawks have any chance to win a Super Bowl? Just go ahead and say they don't. Just
any chance? Of course, you're not going to do like, you know how the Jacksonville Jaguars are trying to go, we don't get any respect. I'm like, yeah, well, I haven't. That's true. I haven't really respected the Jacksonville Jaguars, so you can put me in your social media clip. No, I'm telling you, it's such an advantage, the 1 seed and getting that bye and playing at home, and they need to hold on to that the last 2 weeks. And if they do that, I think we might go into the playoffs and say they're the favorites, or certainly them and the Rams. I've had those 2 in the same kind of tier here. Darnold's going to have to prove it in the playoffs. I will say that if you need some bulletin board material, Brock, he has to prove it in the playoffs. There's no doubt about it, but they are very well positioned here going into the final 2 weeks.
There you go. You heard it, folks. He doesn't believe in the Seahawks. He doesn't believe in Sam. You heard it right there from Sheil. Actually, you heard the opposite. Sheil, you're the absolute very best. You've got a joy. Never lose it in covering these teams and covering this league. It's always, always a blast and pleasure to have you on, man. Thank you for your time, as always, my friend.
All right, great to see you guys. Talk to you soon.
See you, Sheil.
Well, good stuff from Sheil Kapadia, as always. Again, you can catch that full interview again up on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, on all the podcast platforms, really a bunch of different places, wherever you want to recatch it. So let me just preview the rest of the show again for everybody that may just be tuning in or is getting set to listen to a good portion of the show here. Brock and Brady Henderson are going to take over at 7 o'clock, so just in a few minutes here. They'll be doing the show again together today, and they've got a bunch of Seahawks talk that they're lined up to do. They're going to talk to Matt Hasselbeck at 7:30. That's always a fun conversation. I think they're going to get a little more into some of the DK Metcalf suspension, talk a little bit about the Monday Night Football game last night. There should be Pro Bowl announcements today. Brady was just mentioning that, so we should get some of that. Decently early on in the show here, I would have to assume there's going to be a handful of Seahawks that make it, so that'll be something to keep an eye on. Going to be a bunch of good stuff today. We'll probably spin around the NFL a little bit, try to look at a couple different NFL storylines, but again, it's going to be a lot of Seahawks talk as they gear up for another huge game going up against the Panthers on Sunday, and after the Niners win on Monday night, where they win by nearly 20 points over the Colts last night, puts the pressure on the Seahawks to keep winning if they want to lock up the number 1 seed and want to win that NFC West to make these NFC playoffs go through Seattle. So it's going to be interesting stuff. There's a lot to talk through this today and for this week for the Seahawks leading up to the game. It's going to be exciting stuff. Matt and Beaverton also asked, Lyle, which position would you rather upgrade? Would you rather upgrade second base or third base? Which one do you think the M's prefer? Last quick thing here before we go to break. I will say it feels like to me the Mariners are targeting second baseman more than third baseman. Now, Refsnyder doesn't really play either of those anymore. Rob Refsnyder is an outfielder at this point, and he'll mix in a little bit at first base. But it feels like with all the guys they're targeting, they're looking at second base. I think they want to give some real runway for Colt Emerson this year, and I get it. I mean, the guy has a chance to be a star. It might not happen right away, but I think they expect him to get up this year. Could be decently early on in the year. He could break the club right out of spring training, especially with so many guys leaving for the WBC in the middle of spring training. He's going to get a ton of playing time, so he's got a chance to go out there and earn it. And if he does, I think they really want to give him some room to play, which makes me think that they're going to go after second base a little bit more. And that's not to say they don't want to see Cole Young play. Actually, Ken Rosenthal yesterday came out and said if the Mariners go get a second baseman, it is not to replace Cole Young, it's to complement him. And they want to keep Cole Young too, which makes me think somebody like Donovan's going to make a lot of sense. And if you had to make me guess here in the end, I feel like that's who the Mariners are going to acquire because he can move around to so many different positions and continue to let all those different guys play at different points. Again, Donovan can play second. He can play some third if you need him to. He can play the outfield. Just feels like a guy that would really mix in well. So that is my take. I think they are looking for a second baseman more, but I think they want to give the runway to these young players a decent amount. Okay, Brock and Brady Henderson will be in next. This is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, everybody, it's Bob Stelton here along with Dave Wyman from the Wyman and Bob Show. And it's going to be tough, Dave, to top 2025. The Mariners, 8 outs away from the World Series. The Seahawks, as we sit, are the #1 seed in the NFC. How do they top that in 26?
How about Mariners to the World Series and the Seahawks win the Super Bowl in 2026? What do you think?
I can't wait. Merry Christmas to all of our listeners. Happy New Year. Have a good one, everybody.
What Bob said.
Toyota of Kirkland is celebrating Toyotathon with an inventory sale down on all 2025 RAV4s, the vehicle that's built for adventure and designed for your everyday life. 2025 gas RAV4s, 2025 hybrid RAV4s, all 2025 RAV4s are available at Toyota of Kirkland this Toyotathon for an inventory sale down. Come check out their amazing showroom, the wonderful staff, get a test drive, and take that 2025 RAV4 home the same day. Stop in today or visit online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shein Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shein Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shein Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in-store or at SheinCo.com. Shein Company, your friend and jeweler.
Guys, leave weight gain, low T, and ED in 2025. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering free full diagnostic panels, a $400 value. Claim your free panel today. Call 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
With Stihl, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Stihl tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit StihlUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Stihl. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Ready to deck the holidays? Win a brand new free deck, courtesy of one of the most trusted exterior companies in the Pacific Northwest, State Roofing and Exteriors. Don't miss out. Enter now at mynorthwest.com/win. That's mynorthwest.com/win.
This college football season, show your school spirit every time you pay. Introducing college-branded Venmo debit cards. Rep your team on and off the field with custom school designs that let everyone know who you root for. Whether you're tailgating, grabbing snacks for the watch party, or celebrating a win, you can unlock 15% cash back at ESPN. 1 free year of Perplexity Pro and more. This college football season, score more with the Venmo debit card. Get yours now in the Venmo app. Learn more at venmo.com/collegecard.
Max cashback varies. Terms apply. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank, N.A.
Getting more as a My Lowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Well, it is Brock and Salk, and just like yesterday, the hitman Brady Henderson. It's the double BHs today on this precipice of Christmas Eve, our final show of the week until Friday. Everybody will be off tomorrow and Christmas Day. And Brady, you got everything done? You got all the shopping done, the tree on the boat all lit up. You got everything ready to roll?
I would say that none of those things are true. No, I do have some lights on the boat. No tree.
You got some holly on the around the railings.
No.
You got some mistletoe underneath by the door.
No
what
mistletoe.
do we
I
got?
did do a tree a few years ago, but I haven't done it in a while. So no, and yeah, frankly, I still got some shopping to do. So
you still got some shopping to do. on
yeah,
this
I
Tuesday.
mean these are going to
Good.
be some last minute Amazon deals here.
No, it's really cool. When you go to the mall on this day or you go to the QFC, you see all of the Christmas degenerates. Yes, all of those that waited to the final 48 hours to go make it happen. But you got to do what you got to do. You're a busy man this football season, Brady. Your season's in high gear. And even right now, kind of like yesterday, I feel like I'm working with Adam Schefter. I mean, yesterday you were working your phone, you're waiting on the Derek call, refresh.
Yeah.
You even multitasked during the show, sending out a couple different tweets. And right now, like in this moment, do we understand the NFL is releasing their official Pro Bowl Seattle season?
Yeah, they waited until the show started to start doing this.
That's really nice.
Thankfully, it was really nice of them. So yeah, they're starting to kind of trickle out right now. Just in to the Seattle Sports 7:10 a.m. news desk.
Charles, you have the breaking news sounder. Charles, dun, 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 dun. Can you give that to me, Charles? Dun, 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 dun. No?
Okay, well.
Which one do you mean?
Oh, I just want you to go, dun, 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 dun.
Oh, that.
Yeah, like ABC
Ba-da-dum,
News.
bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum, bum.
Thank you, Sheil. All right.
Bum, 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 bum.
At the risk of further
What do we got?
delay,
Yes.
among the Seahawks Pro Bowlers, Jackson Smith and Jigba, everybody could have told you that. Sam
Nice.
Darnold, one of the Pro Bowl quarterbacks, and Leonard Williams among the Pro Bowl defensive linemen.
Wow. So right now, 3. As we know, Pro Bowl's kind of funny. Guys get take themselves out. Guys get injured. Guys are playing in the Super Bowl, so we get alternates. But right now, the very first official roster, it's got JSN. He, I think, was the number 1 fan vote getter as well, a wide receiver. We've got Leonard Williams. The big cat gets his due. Byron Murphy was actually the number 1 interior defensive line vote getter from the fans. But it is Leonard that gets the tip of the cap from his peers and the coaches and the league, and as they put all of that together with the fans. So we get Leonard Williams, we get JSN, and we get Sam Darnold. Sammy gets in there. Now, do you have the list of who those guys join at those different positions there, Brady? Or is that a little bit too much?
Yeah, so the other quarterbacks in the NFC were Dak Prescott and obviously Matt Stafford, leading MVP candidate at the moment. And then for the AFC, you got Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, and Drake May.
Wow.
So Darnold makes his second consecutive Pro Bowl. Leonard Williams also makes his second consecutive Pro Bowl, but this time he gets his due, gets it on the original ballot. Remember, he did not make it on the initial ballot last season, despite having one of the very best seasons among all interior defensive linemen. But he gets his due this time, makes it on the initial ballot, along with Jalen Carter, Mike Salk's guy, Quinnen Williams. And then in terms of the AFC guys, you got Zach Allen, Chris Jones, and Jeffrey Simmons.
Wow. Okay. So I was going to start the show talking about the Monday Night Football game last night. It has some relevance as the Niners absolutely decimate the Indianapolis Colts. The Seahawks unable a couple weeks ago to even muster one touchdown, and Brock Purdy last night throws for 5 touchdowns as they blow out the Colts 48-27. Phillip looked a little better. The Colts went up and down the field at times, but a big pick and a fumble kind of offset them, and they had no slowing of McCaffrey and the Niners. But this is a much bigger deal. So we all know that JSN is absolutely deserving, if not the best single receiver in all the NFL. He's within that argument. He gets his due from the fans and from his peers. Leonard Williams, we know this. We talk to everybody, Brady. Everybody we bring on. Every single week, DJ's like, yep, 99. Oh, 99. Yep, 99. Like, he just dominates the film. So not a surprise to see Leonard. But Sam Darnold gets the nod ahead of Baker Mayfield. Sam Darnold gets the nod ahead of Brock Purdy. Sam Darnold gets the nod ahead of Jordan Love. Sam Darnold gets the nod ahead of Caleb Williams. And Sam Darnold gets the nod ahead of last year's Super Bowl MVP, Jalen Hurts. This signals to me respect of his peers.
That's
putting
right.
Putting on the tape, as these guys do. And Pro Bowl voting is not like the NFL Network off-season voting. Pro Bowl voting goes on in every facility during the season where we would spend, no matter where I was, in Indy or Seattle, basically 45 minutes in one of your meetings, your QB meeting or whatever, kind of putting aside your tape and your planning and say, okay, let's do this together. Let's vote on this. Let's get it done. Who did we think? What did we see? And everybody in the NFL, puts those ballots in. And this is, to me, a huge amount of respect that Sam gets from his peers, from his coaches, from the league. And frankly, I'm a bit shocked. I'm a bit surprised. I didn't think, that he has rewritten some of that narrative this quickly. I would have thought Jordan Love with where the Packers are. I would have thought Jalen Hurts still with the first place NFC East clinching Philadelphia Eagles in that market. Heck, even Brock Purdy and Baker Mayfield in many ways are putting up some more productive numbers, albeit, some ups and downs. This is surprising to me. This is borderline shocking to me, but I freaking love it for Sam Darnold. It should be just like that game-winning drive, should be a further infusion of confidence to show what he has done this year, and that the rest of the league is recognizing it.
Yeah, and we'll get back to Darnold in a second, but I got to give you one more. And I apologize, for being tied to my computer like I was yesterday. That won't be the case all show, but these are kind of trickling out one by one. And another Seahawks Pro Bowler. Do we need the sound from Charles?
Yeah. Can I get the breaking news sounder again, Charles? Just dun, 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 dun.
Ba-da-bum, bum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum, bum.
DeMarcus Lawrence. Oh, I'm sorry, Charles. I didn't know. I thought you were finished. DeMarcus Lawrence among the NFC Pro Bowl defensive ends, along with Aiden Hutchinson, Micah Parsons, and then your AFC guys are Will Anderson Jr., Max Crosby, and of course Myles Garrett. Pro Bowl number 5 for DeMarcus Lawrence, and that just goes to show, I was not counting on him making it by any means. I thought he had a chance, just given the name value and given how good he's been. But and the guy making the Pro Bowl, that's another testament to the offseason that the Seahawks team had, and many of the home run acquisitions that John Schneider made, and DeMarcus Lawrence was another one of those.
Wow. Yeah, I think respect for this defense. People played against it. We've talked ad nauseum the pain that they distribute to the opposing quarterback. Other than Baker and Stafford in one game, everybody else has come out of those games bruised and battered, and their ego humbled just a little bit, and because it's been a struggle against these guys. So to see the respect paid to both of those guys and both of those men, and I think even a Byron Murphy, right, might be a little frustrated because he'd be in this conversation, but I think even a Byron as a young guy would tip his cap and say, yeah, man, Big Cat deserves it, and good for D-Law. He deserves it too, and the impact and the influence he has had. So 4 kind of.
Charles, we got one more.
Oh
Charles, can I hear it one more time? Maybe one more time. I don't know. I wish they would just announce these all at once because I'm trying to piece these together.
Okay.
Let's hear it, Charles.
Ba-da-bum, bum, ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum.
Well, you saw him return a punt to swing momentum in that game Thursday night. You saw him return a kickoff for a touchdown a couple weeks earlier. You've seen him emerge as a very dangerous threat on offense as well. Rashid Shaheed, your NFC Pro Bowl kick returner.
Wow. Okay, I feel like I'm so overwhelmed right now with Charles Sounder, with your information. The good news for you, Brady, is you're going to have 5 minutes
And,
here.
I'm sorry, Charles, one more. I wish these would just be announced all at once.
Do it again, Charles.
The news just never stops.
Charles, can I get one more? At least one more.
Ba-da-bum, bum, ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum.
I'm going to read the wording of the tweet from the Seahawks account. Another year, another Pro Bowl for Spoon. Devin Witherspoon.
Yes. Wow.
How about that? Starting his career, 3 straight Pro Bowls. Now, I wasn't sure if he was going to make it this year. He obviously had the 5-game absence with the knee injury, and you haven't seen some of the production that obviously goes a long way towards Pro Bowl balloting. When you talk about a third of this being fan votes, and fans aren't necessarily watching every single Seahawks game. So they're going off of stats, and the stats, with the exception of that Atlanta game a few weeks ago, really haven't been there for Witherspoon, but the play still has been, even though it's not showing up in the stat sheet for the most part. Nonetheless, he makes Pro Bowl number 3 straight Pro Bowls to begin a season. How about that?
Okay, somehow, some way, we've got to catch our breath here. We've got to gird our loins. I had no idea we would have that kind of intensity on December 23rd as the Pro Bowl voting comes out. Charles, you're an absolute star. We're going to just kind of gather ourselves. Brady's going to continue to work through the entire break. We're going to put this all together. The great news is Matt Hasselbeck, a Pro Bowler, a former Pro Bowler, a legend of the Seattle Seahawks organization. He'll join us in 20 to talk about what this means for Sam Darnold in particular. But we'll have all of that for you. Oh, and the Mariners, they made a signing. And the Cougs won their first bowl game since 2018. So all of that and more and everything you need to know. As Brady's in for Salk, it's Brock and Salk here on Seattle Sports.
Hey, everybody, it's Bob Stelton here along with Dave Wyman from the Wyman and Bob Show. And it's going to be tough, Dave, to top 2025. The Mariners, 8 outs away from the World Series. The Seahawks, as we sit, are the number 1 seed in the NFC. How do they top that in 26?
How about Mariners to the World Series and the Seahawks win the Super Bowl in 2026? What do you think?
I can't wait. Merry Christmas to all of our listeners. Happy New Year. Have a good one, everybody.
What Bob said.
Well, you've got now just a day. If you and your family open gifts on Christmas Eve, you've got this day to go and get it done and take care of your final wish lists. And if you got friends or family, heck, maybe even yourself that's into some fitness, now is the time to stop by and go see my friends at Top Fitness. They got everything from weight sets and accessories to the complete home gym. They are the place to shop. And right now, Top Fitness has got certified pre-owned, pre-core commercial treadmills. Yeah, those models you use in the hotels and clubs typically sell for over $13,000 new. They still have some available ready for you at $3,300. They look like new. They come with a full warranty. So don't settle for a lightweight treadmill when you can get a deal this good. And as always, you'll get free delivery and assembly on those pre-core treadmills, ellipticals, and exercise bikes. No secret why everybody from personal trainers to pro athletes love Top Fitness. You can go see them in Willow, Linwood, or Bellevue, or go to topfitness.com for all of the fitness enthusiasts on your holiday wish list. Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Hey everyone, Bump here. If you have not seen Seattle U's men's basketball team play yet, now is your chance. See Wazoo, Gonzaga, St. Mary's take on the Redhawks at Climate Pledge. Next up are the Cougs on December 30th. Grab your tickets at goseattleu.com/tickets.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No, we'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today.
Trying to get a handle on the market these days, it's nearly impossible, at least for me. Mike Salk here, and I'm busy. I don't have time for the daily ups and downs of the market, but I am very concerned with maximizing my money for the long-term impact. It's why I talk to Trajan Wealth. Do you have an old 401k? Maybe you're not sure what to do with it. We all want peace of mind in our investment portfolios, right? Well, how about starting with a second opinion? Call Trajan Wealth today to discuss how to optimize those funds and get that money working for you again. Trajan Wealth's core philosophies include low expenses, manager tenure, and tax efficiency. So as I talked to my local guy in my first meeting, it quickly became clear those were his priorities. He asked me a ton of questions about me, my family, my goals, my risk tolerance, and then he started working on a plan designed to meet my needs. Call Trajan Wealth today at 206-466-3300 or go to TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN Seattle Sports.
Okay. Only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There. The last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
Bases clearing, 3-run double by Josh Naylor. Holy smokes!
Are you planning an event in 2026? Make it unforgettable at T-Mobile Park. Mariners suites and group tickets are perfect for any occasion. Fundraisers, school outings, work parties, family celebrations, and more. Enjoy customizable catering, flexible setups for 14 to 400 people, and epic game day views, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Get ahead and start planning your event today at mariners.com.
Sparta's Pizza reminds listeners many uniformed personnel and healthcare providers will spend this holiday season working hard to keep us safe. These heroic men and women spend long hours away from home, protecting our freedom and providing critical medical care. Please thank them for their many sacrifices and putting their lives on the line for us every day. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at Sparta's Pizza and Spaghetti House, serving the best pizza in the universe for over 40 years. Come visit them in Linwood, Bothell, Mill Creek, or online at spartaspizza.com.
At Bible Law Group, our team reflects the same lessons learned by our founder, James Bible, while playing for legendary Husky coach Don James. Coach James always said it's amazing what gets done when nobody claims credit. That's the philosophy we carry into every case, because your victory is what matters at Bible Law Group. When your legal problems hit biblical levels and you feel like you're stuck in a lion's den of litigation, you need a legal team that won't back down. At Bible Law, we've secured over $40 million in settlements for our clients, and we're ready to fight for you. Find us online at BibleLawGroup.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
On here, just the day before Christmas Eve in Seattle, the NFL has decided to put out their Pro Bowl, first kind of ballot Pro Bowlers here just minutes ago, and your Seattle Seahawks have half a dozen Pro Bowlers. The two big boys on the defensive line, and Leonard Williams and DeMarcus Lawrence. Huge credit to those guys. Mad respect, I think, from the league as well. Right behind him, Devin Witherspoon. You can't help but watch the tape and see that guy everywhere. And as Brady said to you, may not have eye-popping numbers, but he has eye-popping, force-multiplying, difference-making play. And his peers see that as a third straight Pro Bowl in 3 years to begin his career. Special teams, Rashid Shaheed has only been here a few weeks, but the impact has been monumental. Punt return touchdown, kickoff return touchdown, and everybody in the NFL knows the threat that he is, so he makes yet another Pro Bowl. And then offensively, JSN, he was a leading voter when it came to the fans at wide receiver, one of the leading voters in every position in the NFL. He gets his due. And hey, Sam Darnold, back-to-back Pro Bowls. I guess all those wins really do matter. I guess that production really does matter. I guess the rest of the league looks at the Seahawks team and obviously sees an immense amount of strength and talent defensively, Brady, but also gives Sam his due, knowing that explosiveness, knowing that efficiency, knowing that the passing game and the big play in that passing game is Sam Darnold. And he's going to find himself in a Pro Bowl alongside Dak Prescott and Matt Stafford as the QBs in the NFC.
Yeah, and it's well said about the wins going a long way for Darnold. I think that is the differentiator here because, he's not up there in terms of the league leaders in passing touchdowns. Some of the volume counting stats aren't really there, which is sort of understandable when you consider how much of a run-heavy offense this is. But he's got his team in position for the number 1 overall seed. He's got his team in sole possession of first place in the NFC West, and he did it after a Thursday night thriller that a lot of people in this country watched. Now I'm gonna have to go back and check, when the fan voting ended on this, because if it was after that game, then you got to imagine that doing what he did in the second half, or really the fourth quarter of that game, when the Seahawks looked like they were on their way to maybe even a blowout loss. But throwing those 2 touchdowns, getting the 3 2-point conversions at the end of that game to win it, that probably went a long way towards tipping the scales in Darnold's favor over some other quarterbacks who maybe had some better counting stats.
Yeah, and let's remember a couple things here, lastly. Let's remember that he was preseason, often in many of the preseason votes, in the 20s when it came to the quarterback power rankings. He was a tier 3 guy. He can't really lead a team. He had all the help around him in Minnesota. It was all about everybody else. No, I think his production this year and this first kind of ballot Pro Bowl voting this year shows that, this league respects the work that Mr. Darnold has done.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Second thing you need to know is that we can start to look ahead just a little bit to the Seahawks opponent this upcoming weekend. That will be the Carolina Panthers. Mark Schlereth was on with Wyman and Bob yesterday. Actually, it was Wyman and Lefko yesterday for his regular hit. He has seen the Panthers a bunch as he's covered the NFC South a lot. Mr. Schlereth, what do you think about these Seahawks in this matchup with the Panthers?
No, I think the Seahawks are very well equipped to stop what the Panthers do well. Again, it's the old saying, there's no defense for a perfect throw, and he made a couple in this game that gave Tampa fits. But listen, they pressure the quarterback. There's no question. I think they led the league in quarterback hits. So they get and pressures and hits, and so Seattle definitely can do that.
What's really cool, Brady, is both of these teams really have everything in their control. Carolina wins out. They're going to win the NFC South with Bryce Young and Dave Canales and some familiar faces. Dan Morgan, the GM out there, worked for the Seahawks and Schneider for a long, long time, so they've got that in their hands, and we know what the Seahawks have. They love celebrating this, and they will tomorrow when they reconvene and get to practicing and all these 6 Pro Bowlers and everything else. But most important to them is going to be taking care of business, Brady, for their final East Coast 10 a.m. road trip. 7-point favorites right now, and the number 1 seed right there in their hands.
Yeah, and Brad Idzik is another guy with Seahawks ties who was in that Panthers organization. The offensive coordinator under Dave Canales. Of course, he was the Seahawks receivers coach a few years ago under Pete Carroll. And, look, in terms of this Panthers matchup, Mark Schlereth and I might disagree on a few things journalistically, but we can agree on one thing, and I think he called Bryce Young an average quarterback, and that's really statistically what he is. QBR, which, as I've told you, is the best stat to measure quarterback performance.
Oh, way sure, better you say that because you work for ESPN and
not
came
just
up
because
with that,
I
Brady.
work for
sure
ESPN. It's because passer rating doesn't take into account a lot of things that quarterbacks are asked to do, but that's on a 0 to 100 scale, with 50 being average. Do you know what Bryce Young's QBR is right now?
Average 50.1.
50.2. So maybe just the slightest tick above average. But yeah, he is. And look, he's been a lot better than that. He had a very rough rookie season a couple years ago on a bad team that had the number 1 overall pick. But he has started to turn it around. But at the end of the day, Brock, this is not a quarterback that should give the Seahawks trouble the way Matthew Stafford did in that game Thursday night.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
A couple more little things.
That's the fourth thing you need to know. 2 for 2.
What's that?
I'm 2 for 2 on getting Charles to
good points.
Yeah.
Give him good points.
Yep.
Cougars got it done. Little Zevi, man. Zevi Eckhouse. I love that little QB. Threw for over 300 and 3 tuds. They beat Utah State 34-21 in the Potato Bowl. Yes, the Potato Bowl. And first bowl win for those Cougs since 2018. And then your Seattle Mariners. Your Seattle Mariners made a signing yesterday, and this is not a little signing. And let's throw some flowers. Can you give a little hand clap, a little golf clap? Would you mind doing that for Lyle Goldstein, who last week took the brunt of Mike Salk's criticism? He stared him right down through that glass when Salk gave him a Jim Mora. Rob Refsnyder. Why would you want to sign Rob Refsnyder? Well, why would you want to sign Rob Refsnyder? I don't know. He's pretty darn good against left-handed pitching. How about 6th best in baseball over the last 4 years when it came to hitting lefties? Slugging over 500, a 155 WRC plus. That is 6th best against all lefties, and it's like Judge and Altuve and only the best players there with him. So a guy that can hit left-handed pitching, a West Coast guy. Grew up down there in Southern California, bear down guy, national championship winner at Arizona. He's bounced around a little bit, been really good for the Red Sox the last 4 years. And here's the 2 things I know, and kind of talking to folks. I know there was a market for him, that Lyle wasn't the only one. There were a lot of folks that wanted him. And number 2, most importantly, he wanted to be a Seattle Mariner. And I don't know the last time, we talk about changing narratives and gaining respect of your peers and the people around you. He wanted to be a Mariner. There were other teams he could have gone to, signs a 1-year, $6 million deal, but he wanted to be a Mariner. He wanted to play with these guys, and he should be a pretty good bat. As I understand it, some first base, some right field, lots of DH versus left-handed pitching, and now there's kind of a glut of some outfielders, and maybe this will precede a trade here down the road, Brady. So that is everything you need to know this morning. Sometimes you book a guest and you wonder, I wonder how this is going to fit timing-wise. A guest like Matt Hasselbeck, he fits any day of the week, any day of the month, any day of the year, because he's that good of a guest and a great guy and somebody that everybody loves in Seattle. But on this day, as Sam Darnold gets back-to-back Pro Bowl nods, I think on this day, the timing is pretty good. Matt Hasselbeck will join Brady and I, Lyle, and Charles next right here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Stacey Ross.
What's up? It's Michael Bumpus.
Of Bump and Stacey, obviously. And we just want to wish you guys happy holidays and thank you all for sticking with us in 2025.
2025 has been crazy. Let's have a better 2026.
So from all of us at the Bump and Stacey Show, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year.
2026, you have some big shoes to fill, and we can't wait. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays from Seattle Sports.
All right, Mike Salk here, and you know what you're doing yet this weekend? Go to Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can even stay the night. The unbelievable views in the brand new hotel rooms. They're awesome. Just a really cool spot to hang. You can check out the spa. You can check out the beautiful pool area. It's indoor, outdoor, so you can go no matter what the weather is. And then the sports bar. Man, 60-plus TVs. Great spot to watch all the games this weekend. Go to snocasino.com for more. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Good Dog Auto Glass.
When the stakes are high, you want the best on your team. When your windshield breaks, don't settle for your insurance company's fix that's just safe enough. Trust Good Dog Auto Glass, where the quality isn't light. We do all the things the little guys don't, and we do all the things the big guy does.
We answer the phone when you call, we work for you, and we will walk you through the insurance process. Visit GoodDogAutoGlass.com, Puget Sound's most trusted auto glass company, and get more bang for your buck.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America NA in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
Thank you to all of our great Cairo News Radio listeners.
This is the moment.
For making the 37th year of Holiday Magic our biggest one yet.
It is a celebration that benefits Treehouse.
Thanks to your generosity and the important work of Treehouse, kids in foster care will have the holiday they wished for.
We ask you to give. You do. You always come through.
You can still donate. Just head to mynorthwest.com/holidaymagic.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice. DayandNight.net. This month, Day and Night gives you a free furnace with the installation of an AC or heat pump.
If you're not sure your furnace will make it through another winter, call us to install a proper, long-lasting, efficient heating system backed by our lifetime workmanship guarantee, so you won't be left out in the cold.
Install an AC or heat pump and get a free furnace from Day and Night Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
DayandNight.net. Okay, only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There, the last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
It's the best time of the year. Toyota-thon. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are providing you with large savings and the widest selection of inventory on Toyota favorites like the 2025 Tacoma, leasing at just $259 a month with $39.99 due at signing. The 2026 Tundra, financing at 2.99% APR, up to 72 months, and $1,000 bonus cash. The gas and hybrid RAV4s and the Corolla Cross. It's Toyota-thon. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Offers valid until January 5th, 2026. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Model 7540.
Dobson Stuttgart reminds listeners the holidays are meant to be a time of good cheer and warm gatherings with family and friends. Don't spoil the spirit of the season by getting behind the wheel after drinking. Always designate a sober driver or take a ride share for a safe ride home. Let's work together to keep our roadways safe and accident-free this holiday season. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at Dobson Stuttgart, the Northwest's finest Porsche service, sales, and storage facility. Online at DobsonStuttgart.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brady Henderson in for Salk. Brady, you know what they always said about Matt Hasselbeck? His timing, his anticipation, his precision was off the charts. Why? He was a three-time Pro Bowler himself in 03 and 05 and 07. And timing couldn't be better, Matthew. I mean, timing couldn't be better. The Pro Bowl votes are all in. Just announcements come about 15, 20 minutes ago. 6 Seattle Seahawks make the Pro Bowl. And Sam Darnold, Dak Prescott, Matthew Stafford. Sam Darnold ahead of Hurts, ahead of Love, ahead of Purdy, ahead of Baker. Sam Darnold gets the nod. Your reaction is?
Well, my first reaction is when you said good timing, I thought you were going to say timed it up when Salk wasn't here. I thought that was going to be the lead in. No, this is well deserved and no surprise. A lot of times there's, at least in my lifetime, when I was, you mentioned those Pro Bowls, I always felt like I knew who the first two guys were going to be. And it was like, man, who gets that last spot? Is it, and it was usually the same characters. But I don't think this is that kind of year. I think Sam Darnold was a definite Pro Bowl quarterback this year. And the voting is a little screwy. It's not always, doesn't always go to, I think Travis Kelce is the lead vote getter again this year. So it's not necessarily the perfect meritocracy, but no, Sam Darnold absolutely deserves to be there. No surprise.
Really, no surprise. Even with Jordan Love, even with Jalen Hurts winning a Super Bowl MVP, even with Baker Mayfield.
Sorry to cut you off. No, yeah. I mean, I think playing in every game is an important thing. I also think a unique thing about the Seahawks this year is he didn't finish every game. A lot of guys stat pad because their defense stinks or their team stinks. I mean, I can think of multiple games this year where he, Drew Lock's in there just to clean it up, which means he probably, Sam wasn't, he was mostly handing the ball off late in games. So no, I absolutely think Sam Darnold deserves it.
Matt, how's it going? Brady Henderson here filling in for Salk today. I got to ask you, what is your favorite Pro Bowl memory? And you actually went to Pro Bowls when they were actually playing games. Give me a favorite memory or two from your time at the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, I was playing back when you could get hurt. I remember Kyle Van Den Bosch tore my MCL one year. It was like everyone, all my linemen were drinking Mai Tais for 7 days straight, hadn't played football in 3.5 weeks. They're just chilling in Hawaii with all their family. Kyle Van Den Bosch was on a mission to get paid, a free agent, coming up. And this dude, he wore red contact lenses and he was trying to win a Cadillac or something. And he was full tilt and, it was bad. I mean, it was, so I have mostly these, ironically, these bad memories from the Pro Bowl. I remember one time my son, maybe the first time we were there, you could feed the sharks at the Iolani in Hawaii. You'd get up early in the morning and feed the sharks. That was the whole thing. Well, of course, one kid falls in the shark pool. My son, my wife jumps in after him. Memories like that stick out first. But there was this other thing where you would trade helmets with players. And I remember I got there and the guard for the Cowboys, Larry Allen, he was the first guy. He was like, hey, let me trade helmets with you. And I was like, yeah, sure, man. Sure, whatever. Yeah, definitely, whatever. Well, then through the course of the week, other guys had asked hey, trade helmets. And I was like, oh yeah, sure, whatever. And I just had one helmet. A lot of people brought multiple helmets and I had to go back to Larry Allen and be like, hey man, I don't have a helmet for you. It was a real rookie mistake and, very embarrassing, very, very embarrassing. And he's an intimidating guy as it is. So rookie mistake, I guess.
Boys are off here on a Tuesday. They'll all get back to work on Wednesday. I'm sure the first team meeting, this will get announced. How big a deal alongside Sam is JSN, DeMarcus Lawrence, Leonard Williams, Devin Witherspoon, Rashid Shaheed. 6 Seahawks get honored as kind of this, first ballot Pro Bowl or first time voted in. How big a deal in the team room? How big a deal in the locker room? Is this just kind of that's really neat and you move along? Or, is this does this resonate a little bit in the building?
It's a huge deal, but it's also there's always a snub, and there's always guys that are, maybe in their feelings just a little bit because they deserved it. And so I think it's the job of the guys that do get it to kind of quickly sort of deflect the praise back to the other guys, as an example, if I'm a linebacker, it's hey man, I couldn't have done this without you guys. Couldn't have done this without my wingman. I know 3 of those sacks were set up this year because you did this for me, all that kind of stuff. But then on the other side, I think there's some guys that, like a Devin Witherspoon, I would say is a great example that does not get enough credit nationally or doesn't get talked about enough. And everybody in the building knows no, that's a guy. That guy does stuff that he doesn't get credit for that we respect, that matters. And, it just kind of, it's not a normal day. It's exciting for guys like that. And, when you have that many people, going to the Pro Bowl, It just means you got a really good team. It's good
Yeah,
stuff.
I'm trying to think just out loud here who would feel that way in this locker room. Byron Murphy would probably have a case because he's been very, very good. Numbers have been really good. The fan vote, I think, actually had him as the top interior lineman, Matt. So Byron Murphy would probably be one. Jason Myers.
Yeah.
I mean, who's been a better kicker than Jason Myers or Dixon? I don't know what their net average is or what that is, but outside of those couple guys, anybody else?
And
come to your mind?
sometimes, sometimes it's not even. Sometimes it's like the disrespect at the position. Nothing against Travis Kelce as an example. Love him, but like, did he really should he have been the leading vote getter 2 years in a row in the whole league?
That's the Swifties. What are you going to do? You're going to get mad at the Swifties? You want to
I'm
fight
not,
them, Matt?
I'm not.
I mean,
but
you're going to start that battle?
Like, in my career, I think like when I played, where we voted for the Pro Bowl was right after Thanksgiving. And it was right after the Dallas Cowboys had a national prime time. Nobody's at work. Everybody's watching. And they usually played some team that kind of stunk. And, it just always felt like, man, the Cowboys had a website before all the teams had a website and, fan voted, all this stuff. And I just think that at certain positions, there might be some feelings hurt that you wouldn't even realize, and you just sort of got to just be sensitive to it. I think that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think Byron Murphy is probably the guy who has a legitimate case on defense. I mean, he is tied for second in the NFL with Leonard Williams, by the way, among all defensive tackles with 7 sacks. So he's one guy who's probably, as you said, Matt, maybe in his feelings a little bit today. And he didn't make it as an alternate either.
Yeah, and Brady, like a good point on this. Like, I don't know if it was a week ago or 2 weeks ago, PFF came out with a grade and they graded him poorly. And I don't know if it was coincidence. I doubt it was. But Mike McDonald came to the podium like very quickly and was like, Byron Murphy had one of the best games, like whatever his quote was, you could pull it up.
He said he single-handedly won the game for them on defense.
Yeah. And you know what? It's kind of an outrageous claim, right? And then you go watch a film and you're like, dude, wow. Like, yep. He's not just like saying it. It's legit. And so like, I think that's an example of, a guy that does dirty work that nobody realizes how much he means to the team. I'm living here in New England right now, and basically similar thing with Milton Williams. Milton Williams goes out, and all of a sudden, all these dudes in the Patriots defense look normal. They're just a bunch of Clark Kents. Milton Williams is back in there. Now everybody's a Superman. And I just think Byron Murphy's got a little bit of that quality in him, the position that he plays. And I definitely, I agree with Coach McDonald there 100%.
So give me the 2 or 3 reasons, Matt, from your perspective, having been a Pro Bowler and played the position for as long as you did at the level you did. Give me the 2 or 3 reasons why you think Sam Darnold is not an alternate, but Sam does. Because coming into the year, Matt, most of the rankings had him in the 20s. I think Sando had him tier 3. Most of the narrative was, yeah, he had a great year in Minnesota, but he had all these weapons, and it was about Jefferson and everybody else. From your perspective, give me 2 or 3 reasons why Sam is the Pro Bowler in the NFC.
Well, first off, they could be the 1 seed in the NFC. So it's a little weird to like decide this now because there's so much meaningful football that needs to still happen. I mean, if Sam Darnold is hosting, home field advantage throughout the playoffs, then no one's going to blink, and it's like, oh, you're the 1 seed, first round bye, all that. You're going to be like, yeah, of course you should have been there, whatever. Now, if for some reason the 49ers do it and Brock Purdy plays like he does, like he did last night, the rest of the way, everyone's going to be like, well, what the heck is Dak Prescott even doing there? How come Purdy's not in the Pro Bowl? This is a travesty, it's some of that. And then if it's the Rams, it's going to be Stafford, obviously, and everyone else. So I think there's a little bit of that. You touched on it a little bit too, like going into this year, I think a lot of people didn't really believe in Sam Darnold. The Minnesota Vikings didn't really want him, and instead they wanted J.J. McCarthy, who was a totally unproven guy. And then whispers out of the building were like, not really sure if this is the guy. That was another thing. And then the Kevin O'Connell thing and the Justin Jefferson, can he do it without him? He's completely done it without him. He's done it without him, and they've fallen apart without him. So, I still think there's a lot of doubters for Sam Darnold, even this last game. If you were to probably check, the Twitter timeline of everybody, it's all like, yeah, you're the best, Sam. And, oh, Sam, you stink. You can't win the big game. And like, oh, I knew you were Mr. Clutch. And then it's kind of like these are the same exact people with different opinions on the same person. So So some of it's that, and then the other part is like, who else are you going to put in? Like, who's the guy? Like, who are you going to put in instead of Sam Darnold? And I don't think there's anybody that I would replace him with.
Well, we're about 13 minutes into this conversation, Matt, and we have yet to ask you about one of the best games in the NFL this entire season. Give me your thoughts on what you saw last Thursday night.
Yeah, it was incredible. I mean, I actually think the Seahawks got pretty fortunate, with calls and with the ball bouncing their way. Obviously, the 2-point conversion is one that everyone's going to talk about. But to me, that one, I give credit to the Seahawks and Charbonnet, even if he didn't do it on purpose. Like, that is a coaching point. Like, when we talk about the details and discipline that you let exist on at practice every single day, you pick up the ball every time. Every player knows this. Like, every player, like, they might roll their eyes at it. It's an incompletion. Like, go pick up the football. Like, you hear guys on defense talk about it more. You don't know when it's going to follow the ball. Like, it's just a thing. Joe Paterno might have made it famous. Follow the ball. I used to tell Franco Harris, follow the ball. Good things can happen. Stuff like that. But I thought the one that really kind of hosed the Rams that they should have a legitimate gripe about was the illegal lineman downfield on the touchdown pass that Stafford had. I thought in the first matchup against the Rams, the Seahawks played better and the Rams scored more points. And then I thought in a weird way, like maybe you could say the opposite this last game. I will say this, though, the final thing on the Rams Seahawks. I didn't get too bent out of shape when we lost the first one. I'm not getting too high on the mountain when we won the second one, because I have believed this, and I do believe this. There will be a third matchup with this team. And I remember playing the Rams 3 times in 1 year. We won the division and then lost to them at home in the wild card. And so it really doesn't matter unless you win that third one.
Yeah, being there in person, and it was fun. Matt actually sat next to Damon and Coach Peterson up in our suite. Watching Matthew Stafford in person, you see the no-look stuff like on TV, and you're like, oh my gosh, that's pretty cool. To actually watch it in person and see the impact and influence that it has, I don't know. I mean, could you have ever imagined? You played a long time. Could you have ever imagined getting to the point in a game where you would do that? I mean, it's
because I've done it. The problem is, Brock, one of the worst interceptions in my career. I threw it right to Brian Urlacher. I actually was playing in Tennessee. I threw it right to Brian Urlacher, and after the game, he runs up to me and he's like, "Bro, what were you thinking on that interception? You threw it right to me." And I was like, "Dude, I no-looked you. And he was like, "Oh, I wasn't looking at you either." So, I mean, you got to kind of pick and choose what clubs in your bag you feel like are the best clubs. But he's done a great job. And, he did it in the Super Bowl. And I actually did a piece on it when I was still at ESPN about his no-look pass. And one of the guys we interviewed was Calvin Johnson, his receiver with the Lions. And Calvin Johnson was like, "Hey, I actually at first he was like, who is this guy? I hate no looks. They're hard to catch. It's fooling me too." And so this is an example where I think his teammates know, even Cooper Kupp even said it back when he was with the Rams. He said, one of the things you got to do when you play with Matthew Stafford is even if he's not looking at you, you got to pretend like he is looking at you because the ball could come your way.
Yeah, like Steve Nash or those great point guards back in the day. Okay, we've gone 16 minutes. Christmas Eve tomorrow, Christmas Day on Thursday. I know, Matt, you didn't ace every one of your Christmas gifts for your linemen. I mean, you just can't. Not every one of them can be the best and the best and the best. So go ahead and on your spectrum and tell me the very best gifts you got for your linemen. And if you could do it over again, maybe the one that was on the other end of the spectrum.
Well, I was funny listening to Troy Aikman last night when they talked about Brock Purdy and the gifts that he was doing. And Aikman almost swallowed his tongue. He was just like, man, Dan Marino gave away isotoners, and that was only because they were free and he had a deal. It's like a whole nother world now. These guys are getting nicer gifts for their linemen than they're getting for their mother. I think probably the coolest gift I gave was they were custom. I think they were Les Paul guitars for the linemen when I went to Nashville. And they had a cool, in cursive, the guy's number, instead of the number 73, it was 73 kind of written in cursive and a glossed, it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. I actually ended up giving myself one too, because it was
that cool. It was that cool.
Doing it, Yes. The worst gift besides I think a few years there was no gift. You guys don't deserve anything. You guys stunk this year. was I don't know if I sort of thought this was a good gift, but like I don't know if it went over well. It was like a meat locker of like Vienna beef sausages and like not just sausages, like everything under the sun. Like picture like Good Ranchers, Omaha Steaks kind of thing, like cooler, like Vienna beef.
I remember that. I thought it was pretty cool.
So I think that was when I was fresh.
Get one as a backup QB. Like,
you never know when the cutoff is. Probably should have done it. You get the practice squad linemen. Then you get the guys that like literally just showed up for the last 2 weeks of the season. Like you have to like find out from the equipment guys, like, hey, what's number 66's name again? And then you order it, and then that guy's not even there, and there's a new guy. It's hard, man. It's like it's tough, and you're trying to win. You're trying to like December football.
Yes. Are they going to do it, Matthew? Are they going to find a way? These Seahawks, the next couple of weeks, they control their destiny. As you said, the playoffs can go through Seattle. It's happened 3 times. Happened in 2005, and I would contend that NFC title game against Carolina was the bar when it came to that building, that sound, and they've matched that bar a couple different times. Went San Francisco in 13. Green Bay in 14. All 3 times that the playoffs have gone through Seattle with them being the top seed, the Super Bowl has been the finality. Do you think over the next 2 games the Seahawks kind of have the personnel, the matchups, and everything to take care of business on the road in Carolina and down in Santa Clara?
Well, a couple of things. Number one, I said this earlier. I'm not sure I believed it, but I do believe it. It might actually be harder to win this division than it is to win the NFC or even get the Rams and the 49ers and the Seahawks are 3 of the best teams in football. I know the Super Bowl is the best team in the AFC versus the best team in the NFC, but the 2 best teams might both be in the NFC West this year. Like that's the irony of it. It's way easier to do it at home from my perspective. You heard Philip Rivers on the broadcast like last night, making all the calls, all the communication that goes into it. Way easier to do at home. I will say though, the Seahawks have proven that they can go on the road. And it almost like what they prefer sometimes, on the road, hostile environment, and they go do it on the road. So if they had to do it on the road, I think they're built for it. Did I think this was going to be the year? I did not. But now that we're here, like, why not? Why not? Like, I don't know who stops them besides, the Rams and the 49ers have been their kryptonite. I think they can beat anybody else. Those are the 2 games that I would really, I don't know. It's going to be a tough one. Really, really tough matchup.
Why did you not think it'd be this year, Matt? You think it's just going to be a year early? Just getting everybody on the same page?
Listen, they didn't even make the playoffs last year. They didn't even make the playoffs. And I'm over here like waving the flag, like basically like feel like I'm a lobbyist lobbying for him. Like everyone's like, oh, the Seahawks, blah, blah, blah. Sam Darnold, they lost DK, they lost Lockett, they lost Geno Smith, they lost, all these guys they lost. And I'm like, no. You don't understand. They were a top 10 defense last year. They had 10 wins last year. They really should have been there. Like, they're going to be fine. Sam Darnold's an upgrade. Like, trust me, he's an upgrade. People are like, I don't know. Sam Darnold, the guy who's seeing ghosts. Like, no. Trust me. Like, believe it. Oh, they just fired their offensive coordinator. No. This is a clear vision for what they want to be offensively. Now it's complementary football. And, just like a lot of doubt out there. So, to say you're going to win a Super Bowl, some people say it, and it's just like, it's hollow. I think the teams that end up going and doing it have a clear vision of how to get there. And how you get there is, your first goal, you win the division. Once you win the division, you lock up home field. Once you lock up home field, like there's a process to it versus other teams that are bad teams. They start their year out and they're like, our goal is to win the Super Bowl. It's like your mouth is saying that, your actions don't back it up. You have no plan. A goal without a plan is a wish. And that's what most teams have. And I just think there's something different about this team.
Matt, I was telling Brock yesterday that sports writers, we mostly love covering games like that one Thursday night for obvious reasons, the drama, and everybody wants to cover a compelling game like that. The one thing that is really challenging is that when it comes down to the end like that and the script gets flipped late in the game, you got to rewrite most of your game story. And the story that I think was, at least for me, was starting to be written was that, hey, man, Sam Darnold has got to figure out this Rams defense because, even if you take away the 9 sacks in the playoff game last year and you chalk that up to Minnesota's offensive line challenges, this is now 6 interceptions in 2 games against Chris Sheil's defense. And I'm just curious from your perspective if you see any common thread or 2 with the picks that he's thrown against the Rams.
I thought they were completely different from the first game. I thought the first game he was rushed. He was feeling the pressure and he was rushed. I thought his interceptions this time around, or just his lack of, like, his negative plays, it was totally different. And I think you just keep learning from your mistakes as you go. And as a quarterback, I can just tell you, when you get to play a team a third time, you kind of take your mistakes from the first game, your mistakes from the second game, and you combine them. To me, what the Rams are doing to Sam Darnold, one of the things is they are sitting at the sticks. Sam Darnold takes a lot of deep shots on first down. On third down, I think the Rams think they know what he's not going to do. And so I think in this third matchup, if and when it comes, I think they just really got to just kind of like flip the script and do what they've never done on third down in particular. And to me, that's like double moves. Like there's opportunity for double moves there. There's guys squatting on receivers that they should not be allowed to squat on. So I really hope they get to play the Rams again. I really do.
Matthew, you got to run. You got another taping, Hawk Blogger, your weekly segment with him, which is just awesome. Family all in town. Everybody going to be in the Northeast for Christmas this year?
Yeah.
Oh,
First
that's
time.
awesome.
Very rare. When you have a kid who plays college football, they don't get much time off. Fortunately or unfortunately, however you want to look at it, no bowl game for UCLA this year. So a little more free time.
Everybody around, give them all hugs, all love. Everybody in Seattle loves you, Matt. Thank you for all of that time. Let me know, a goal without a plan is a wish. Where did that come from?
My dad would say it all the time. He probably read it somewhere, but I don't know. I like it.
A goal without a plan.
Stuck with me. One of the many things that stuck with me.
That's awesome. Love you, Matt. Thank you for all the time, brother. Appreciate you. Have a great Christmas with the fam.
You too. See you guys.
See you, Matt.
There he goes, Mr. Matthew Hasselbeck, 3-time Pro Bowler. Great insight there. Brady, I saw you nodding along. We do a segment we call For You in Review. Maybe we will find one of those Hasselbeck lines we can play for you a couple hours from now at 9:30, a little abbreviated week, so everything is squeezed in there. That's why Blue 88 was pushed to 8 o'clock. Got a couple good football questions for Brady. He'll throw one my way. We will do it next right here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, everybody, it's Bob Stelton here along with Dave Wyman from the Wyman and Bob Show. And it's going to be tough, Dave, to top 2025. The Mariners, 8 outs away from the World Series. The Seahawks, as we sit, are the #1 seed in the NFC. How do they top that in 26?
How about Mariners to the World Series and the Seahawks win the Super Bowl in 2026? What do you think?
I can't wait. Merry Christmas to all of our listeners. Happy New Year. Have a good one, everybody.
What Bob said.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Ready for your next chapter? At Edmonds Village, discover independent living that's truly exceptional. Premium apartments, all-inclusive chef-prepared dining, and a vibrant community in beautiful Edmonds, Washington. Call to learn about Edmonds Village end-of-year incentives. It's time to say yes to more connection, more adventures, more you. Tour today, reserve your spot, and start living fully on your terms at Edmonds Village. Call now, 425-534-5100 to learn more. There is so much to love at Edmonds Village.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure. But why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry and dream engagement ring to be nothing short of perfect, no matter the price. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Guys, leave weight gain, low T, and ED in 2025. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering free full diagnostic panels, a $400 value. Claim your free panel today. Call 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Holiday shopping got you stressed? The Mariners have you covered. Grab a season ticket membership for the super fan in your life, and they could lock in the best seats and benefits like guaranteed postseason access. Or mix and match with single game tickets for everyone on your list, from opening day on March 26th to must-see matchups against the Yankees, Phillies, and more. This holiday season, make Mariners.com your one-stop shopping destination.
Oh, he makes the catch! What a snag by Julio Rodriguez!
Life's expensive enough, isn't it? Groceries, gas, kids' activities. Sometimes your roof needs replacing, but your budget says not now. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We want to help with an offer to lift that weight off your shoulders. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months, or save up to $3,000 on a new roof today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Trajan Wealth Management.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buter just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello!
Yeah, that is always fun. Always fun to catch up with Matt Hasselbeck. He is so good at this thing called radio and television and everything he does. It was fun. Last week, Brady, we were at a wedding. I'll send you a picture during break because I can't multitask like you. You're doing an amazing job. Can I tell you that too? You're doing an amazing job of multitasking because I know you're sending out tweets and I know you got to respond to all this stuff. So thank you. When you agreed to fill in for Salk on these 2 days, I don't know if you knew that there would be all this work.
I did not know that Derek Hall would get suspended and that the decision on that appeal would come down while we were on the air, nor did I realize that the NFL was going to announce Pro Bowls. But look, man, you got to multitask sometimes in this job. So here we go.
Some heavy lifting. You're getting it done. Hasselbeck, Dilfer, and I at a wedding together like a week and a half ago in Florida. So I'll shoot you the picture. You'll have a little fun looking at the three of us and great friendship. You know, I was telling folks at that wedding, that 2001 QB room in Seattle was so doggone special. It was the three of us. It was Jim Zoran. Man, life, football, just sacrifice, all the amazing stuff. And to walk through that and some 25 years later, even though we don't see each other a lot, those roots are really, really deep and some really cool stuff. So hope you all enjoyed Matt Hasselbeck. I sure do every time he pops on. I also enjoy Blue 88, especially when Brady's in and he gets to answer 2 of the 3 football questions. We'll do it now.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Brady, it turns out I follow 161 people on Twitter. Brady Henderson is one of those 161. And during football season, he is a must follow. I mean, there is no off season in the NFL. So follow Brady Henderson because you'll get great stuff. Like last night when Brady tweeted doing some work on his boat after he got the mistletoe up, the tinsel, everything done and organized on the boat. He was sitting in his recliner with his mahogany pipe, and he was tweeting last night about Sam Darnold's incentives. So you just heard from Hasselbeck and the offseason and all the moves, and Matt wasn't surprised nor shocked that he got that Pro Bowl nod. Within that deal, there's a whole bunch of incentives, Brady. So how close is Mr. Darnold to hitting those incentives, and how big are those dollars and cents?
Well, first of all, no open flames allowed at the marina, so otherwise I'd be hitting the pipe. Sam Darnold has got quite a bit of money on the line here over these final 2 games and then into the playoffs. So his contract, the 3-year, $100.5 million contract, included the opportunity to make an additional $15 million in incentives. So it's $5 million apiece. Now, with the Seahawks making the playoffs, he already secured at least $500,000. And if the Seahawks go all the way and win the Super Bowl, that $500,000 would turn into $2.5 million. So half of those $5 million incentives are strictly tied to what Seattle does in the playoffs. And again, he's already secured at least $500,000, and he's got a chance to hit all $2.5 million of the regular season incentives that are tied to regular season stats. So 4 of those are tied to his own performance, and he has to get, it's $500,000 apiece for getting a passer rating of at least 100 or better, 28 or more touchdown passes, 4,000 or more passing yards, and a 67.5% completion rate. And he's right there on all of those. He's right at he's right at.
He's got $2 million tied to those 4 stats.
Yeah, and then the
That's
other,
awesome.
the fifth $500,000 incentive is with the Seahawks. If they finish the regular season in the top 10 in total offense, they're right there at number 8 right now. So Sam Darnold has a chance to make quite a bit of money, and this is kind of the trade-off, for teams that do contracts the way the Seahawks do. Is they have a pretty hard and fast policy about, hey man, they're not going to redo a deal with more than 1 season left on it. So as much as Sam Darnold may have, if he had a case to say, hey man, I outplayed this contract, well, guess what? You're not going to get a new one until at least next year when he'd be entering the final year of that 3-year deal. But, one kind of silver lining is that with these incentives, he's got an opportunity to get a mini raise, actually kind of a significant raise.
It's kind of little surprised there's no Pro Bowl or All-Pro recognition tied to that, because you do often see that with players. Incentive-wise, like, hey, here's $1 million if you're a Pro Bowler. Here's $5 million if you're first-team All-Pro, or what, something along those lines. But also kind of cool that these are numbers that he is right near to hitting. That's good stuff, Brady.
Question number 2. Well, Brock, speaking of return on investment, what are some financial numbers that are incredibly damning to paying your big-time quarterback?
Yeah, look at this, Brady. You sent that about Sam last night, so I was like, let me see. And actually, Jason McIntyre did all this work. So a little shout-out to Jason on Twitter. The top 8 QB cap hits. All right, so you talk about Sam. He's making, what, $30 million this year or so, and could make another 5 with these incentives. Still won't touch the top 8. Top 8 NFL quarterback cap hits for 2025. Tua, 37.3. Kirk Cousins, 39.1. Geno Smith, $40 million. Kyler Murray, $40 million. Lamar Jackson, $43.5 million. Joe Burrow, $46 million. Matthew Stafford, $47 million. Dak Prescott, $50.5 million. Of those 8 quarterbacks, how many of them are going to make the playoffs? 1.
Yep.
Matthew Stafford. That's it. That's it. So, we've heard this for years and years and years. You pay your quarterback, you pay them all this money. They eat up 10, 20, 30% of your cap. Good luck trying to surround them with the team. The investment, the return on investment for Sam Darnold, off the charts. Off the charts. When you look at him and where he ranks and what he's done, and as a Pro Bowler and with the number 1 seed, because a lot of these other quarterbacks, there has been a bunch of them have been benched, a bunch of them have been injured, and a bunch of them are going to be watching Sam in the playoffs. Question number 3. All right, Brady, I asked you last night, 3 best acquisitions. We chatted with Rich Gannon yesterday. We chatted with Sheil Kapadia yesterday. They both talked and raved about John Schneider and the organization. Give me, in your estimation, gold, silver, and bronze of the absolute best acquisitions via trade, via free agency, via the draft that you think this organization made this offseason.
Well, number one is obvious. You got to, whenever you're talking about a Pro Bowl quarterback, a guy who has got you in first place in the division and in the driver's seat for the conference's number 1 seed, it's Sam Darnold. And remember, that was not a super, moving on from Geno Smith, as polarizing as Geno Smith was, there was a lot of people who did not like that move. And as I've said before, I mean, considering the fact that they only, they got younger in the trade. They got quite 7 years, whatever it was, younger. They got a little bit cheaper when you look at this contract Darnold got versus the contract, what it would have taken to sign Geno Smith. My understanding is their initial offer would have paid him $40 million in year 1. And when you consider that was just an initial offer, that number would have gotten higher by the time that deal got done. And they got a 3rd-round pick in the process. So Darnold only had to be as good as Geno Smith for that trade to be a win, and he has been quite a bit better, making his 2nd consecutive Pro Bowl. That is the gold on the podium there. The silver, I'm going to say it is drafting Gray Zabel in the 1st round. And that maybe went against a little bit of their, I imagine maybe a little bit of their grading scale. We have not seen them spend that high of a pick on an interior offensive lineman in a long time. But guess what? You needed a guard. He was the highest rated guard, highest rated interior offensive lineman on their board going into the draft, not just based on who was available at the time. They stuck in that pick, made it, and Gray Zabel has been one of the, he's not, I know he had a tough game going against Kobe Turner last Thursday against the Rams, got beat a couple times, but by and large, he's had a tremendous rookie season, leading all guards in run block win rate. That is very hard to say. Leading all guards, not just rookies, all guards in run block win rate. And then the bronze medal, I would say, goes to DeMarcus Lawrence. Now, you could say Cooper Kupp. You could say Nicky Manwari in the 2nd round. I'm going to give it to DeMarcus Lawrence, getting a rugged, physical presence on the edge, a pretty big-time upgrade over Draymond Jones in that regard, and doing it on a pretty reasonable deal. It pays him, I believe, about $11 million per season. There's the on-field results. There's the off-field impact he's having on younger guys like Derek Hall, and there's just the attitude that he brings to that front. Another veteran guy who's made a pretty significant difference, and another home run move this offseason by John Schneider. Yeah,
I don't think I could debate any of those. I think that's really well done. Gold, silver, and bronze. That is Brady Henderson. That's a little blue 88. Maybe Clint Kubiak would be in consideration. You mentioned Eamon Worry and Coop as well, but that move that Matt talked about of really putting this team together, right, of complementing what Mike McDonald really wanted this team to look like, and I don't know if that happens if Ryan Grubb is still the offensive coordinator. So pretty bold move to make that change after just 1 year, but one that Mike did, and I think that's paid some dividends as well. Man, this show is just flying by on the eve of Christmas Eve and all that's going to happen this week and the next couple weeks for the Seahawks. And you know what? They weren't the only ones getting some business done. The Seattle Mariners did as well. A pretty prolific bat is coming to Seattle. I'll tell you who he is and everything you need to know next. Brady in for Salk's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, everybody, it's Bob Stelton here along with Dave Wyman from the Wyman and Bob Show. And it's going to be tough, Dave, to top 2025. The Mariners, 8 outs away from the World Series. The Seahawks, as we sit, are the number 1 seed in the NFC. How do they top that in 26?
How about Mariners to the World Series and the Seahawks win the Super Bowl in 2026? What do you think?
I can't wait. Merry Christmas to all of our listeners. Happy New Year. Have a good one, everybody.
What Bob said.
Trying to get a handle on the market these days, it's nearly impossible, at least for me. Mike Salk here, and I'm busy. I don't have time for the daily ups and downs of the market, but I am very concerned with maximizing my money for the long-term impact. That's why I talk to Trajan Wealth. Do you have an old 401k? Maybe you're not sure what to do with it. We all want peace of mind in our investment portfolios, right? Well, how about starting with a second opinion? Call Trajan Wealth today to discuss how to optimize those funds and get that money working for you again. Trajan Wealth's Core philosophies include low expenses, manager tenure, and tax efficiency. So as I talked to my local guy in my first meeting, it quickly became clear those were his priorities. He asked me a ton of questions about me, my family, my goals, my risk tolerance, and then he started working on a plan designed to meet my needs. Call Trajan Wealth today at 206-466-3300 or go to TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through January 4th, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
The Pacific Northwest is the perfect backdrop for the holiday season. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law reminds us that the roadways don't always agree.
It's that combination of additional travel, changes in routine, and winter weather that make this the most dangerous time of the year to be behind the wheel.
Any safety tips to help commuters keep the holidays joyful?
The number one cause of accidents remains distracted driving, even during the holidays. So store that cell phone in a place that eliminates temptation. It's imperative we set the example for our teens. Also, be aware of abrupt changes in the weather and prepare for it. Sometimes it's as simple as allowing additional distance for following or stopping. Lastly, make sure your vehicle is properly maintained for winter.
That includes four-wheel drive and chains when required at the pass. Please follow these safety precautions from my good friends at Pendergast Law and keep you and your neighbors safe this holiday season.
Happy holidays from all of us at Pendergast Law.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
What does VA mean to me?
A place for my daughter to call home, thanks to the VA Home Loan.
A new lease on life. The best healthcare team I've ever had is here at VA.
And education, and the opportunity to open doors I never thought possible with my GI Bill.
The financial support I need to manage the disabilities I developed because of my service.
Get what you earn. Visit choose.va.gov.
Not all veterans are eligible for the type or amount of benefits mentioned here.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We'll help you find last-minute gifts that don't look last-minute, even if you're still planning to propose. At Shane Company, we'll show you perfect gifts at perfect prices, in stock and ready to give. Like hand-matched diamond studs, 14-karat gold chains, or the ultimate gift, a beautiful engagement ring. We have longer store hours, so you can skip the crowds and shop when you want, or visit us at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafee from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Hey everyone, Bump here. If you have not seen Seattle U's men's basketball team play yet, now is your chance. See Wazoo, Gonzaga, St. Mary's take on the Red Hawks at Climate Pledge. Next up are the Cougs on December 30th. Grab your tickets at GoSeattleU.com/tickets.
Hey, Mike Salk here. Book your stay at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel for an evening of elegance at a night at the Grand Ball. This New Year's Eve celebration includes the legendary DJ Super Sam. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the first thing you need to know is if you've been watching on the stream, you've seen Brady Henderson very, very busy. I mean, multitasking at every single break, getting his tweets out, his articles out, putting some context into, well, what came out about an hour ago, and that was the Pro Bowl voting in the NFL. Not the alternates, not the replacements, but the guys voted on by their peers, by the fans, by the league. And the Seattle Seahawks, Brady, have 6 Pro Bowlers. If you put into context, the last time they had 6 on this very first initial wave of Pro Bowl voting, I can't remember.
I'd have to go back. I mean, my first guess is it would be one of those Super Bowl teams, either 2013, 14, or maybe even going all the way back to Matt Hasselbeck's days in 2005 when they made it. But I know that I can't tell you that 6 Pro Bowlers on the initial ballot is tied for most in the NFL, along with 3 other teams. I believe that's Denver, Baltimore, and San Francisco, if I'm not mistaken. And and even then, they had a couple guys who had pretty good cases and didn't make it. Byron Murphy, with his 7 sacks, that's tied for second most among NFC interior defensive linemen, tied with Leonard Williams, by the way, who made his second straight Pro Bowl. And then the other guy is Jason Myers. He has an NFL high 37 field goals made. He's got a chance,
so who was the kicker
albeit
in the
probably
NFC?
An outside chance.
Who was the kicker in the NFC?
That is a good question.
Because when it comes to special teams, the Seahawks have the best special teams. I don't think there's any debate about that.
Yep.
Every one of the DVOA rankings and everything else, their kickoff return unit was Shahid, who does get the nod as a kickoff returner. As Brady's looking that up, I'll tell you the other 5. It was JSN, it was Sam Darnold, it was DeMarcus Lawrence, it was Leonard Williams, it was Devin Witherspoon, and as I mentioned, it was Shahid is the kick returner. Jason Myers, who has really been unbelievably clutch with game winners and game sealers and productivity and in volume. And on top of that, as a kickoff guy, which we've talked to Mike about a lot this year. And there's really no number for that. You just have to watch week in and week out in his ball placement, Brady, and the impact and the influence he has. So, yeah, even still with 6 going, couple guys there, they're going to feel a little snubbed.
Yeah, and the 2 kickers that did make it were Brandon Aubrey of the Cowboys and Cameron Dicker of the Chargers. And Dicker's on 36 of 38, so he's got a higher percentage. Brandon Aubrey is right behind him, 32 of 36, so higher percentage than Myers. But again, Myers, he's got a chance at I would say a very outside chance at this point, but a chance at the tying or breaking the all-time single-season record for field goals made. He would need 7 to tie it over the final 2 weeks, so that's probably not going to happen. But he's gone 44 of 44 on PATs, and again, you saw him, make the 6 field goals, go 6 of 6 a week or so ago to help the Seahawks win that game against Indy. So those are the 2 guys I would say who probably, as Matt Hasselbeck said, might be in their feelings a little bit today, feeling like they got snubbed from the Pro Bowl.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, second thing you need to know, we're going to spin around the NFL here in about 10 minutes because there is a lot going on. I know it is Christmas Eve tomorrow, then Christmas, and hopefully many of you are getting time with your family. Maybe you're driving around doing some Christmas shopping, which Brady's going to be doing later this afternoon because he waited till the final last minute to do it, but that's okay. He's a very busy man. And as I said, decorating that boat is no easy task as well. And the NFL doesn't rest. DK Metcalf, we'll get to this more in around the NFL, but he is suspended for the 2 games. That's what I thought was justifiable. Man, does it have some financial implications on him short-term and long-term. And then last night, those 49ers that, Brady wanted to bury him like week number 5 with all of their injuries, especially the Fred Warner injury, the Bosa injury, the Mykel Williams injury. George Kittle did get banged up last night. That's going to be something worth watching, but my goodness gracious, did they just take Indianapolis to the woodshed? 48 points. Brock Purdy ties a career high with 5 touchdown passes. Offensively, they were phenomenal. And Christian McCaffrey, he's not going to win the MVP. That will be Matthew Stafford, but they're not here, right? They are nowhere near here without Christian McCaffrey, one of the league's best receivers, one of the league's best runners, and Brady been able to stay remarkably healthy as well.
Yeah, and that was part of the reason when I sat in this exact seat, I would say a month and a half ago or so, and said, yeah, I really think this is going to be a two-team race in the NFC West because the 49ers had just lost, I believe it was Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, in addition to Mykel Williams, their first-round pick, so they lost a ton of firepower on defense, and I wondered too, man, is McCaffrey, with all that wear and tear being in season number 9, with some of the injury history he's had, is he really going to hold up over the full season? And guess what? He is doing that. And he went over 1,000 yards rushing in that game last night. He's obviously getting it done big time in the passing game with 2 receiving touchdowns in that game. And Brock, the 49ers, they scored on each of their first 8 possessions.
Yeah. And remember, the Seahawks played those Colts at home and kicked 6 field goals. So don't sleep on these 49ers. We'll get to this NFC West and around the NFL in just a minute as well.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
You're crushing it with that point today, Brady. You're
How am I doing, Charles?
Crushing it.
You're doing a great job, Brady. Thank you very much.
Yep, you always do. That's not the only news in town, though. No. The Seattle Mariners, we know they have been busy, talking. And last week, Lyle Goldstein threw out the name Rob Refsnyder, to which Mike Salk said, Rob Refsnyder. Is that what he did to you, Lyle? How would you say and characterize Salk's reaction when you brought up the name Rob Refsnyder?
No, he didn't do it on the air, but then the next day when we were sending our nightly email, he sent something in the note. It's like, I'm seeing Lyle look up Rob Refsnyder, and I'm doing some further research, and he goes, why would they do this? He hasn't played the infield in years. Why would they sign him?
I could just picture that reaction. By the way, I could picture Salk sitting in this chair, ripping off his Ebenezer's and saying, "What are you?"
Rob
scoffing, leaning back in the chair, scoffing at Lyle.
Rob Refsnyder. Well, John Morosi didn't think it was too bad a move. Here was Morosi yesterday with Wyman and Bob.
I like the move in that Refsnyder is one of the better platoon outfielders and first baseman, as you mentioned in the update, that we have seen in recent years. He really does a good job against left-handed pitching. What I'm curious, though, is a little bit of redundancy, right? When you think about the Mariners starting outfield on many a day, they would have 3 right-handed bats. Now, are they envisioning a different role for Canzone? I would say to the big picture, this does not at all preclude them from trading for Brendan Donovan, as they've seemingly been trying to do for probably multiple years now. So that this move, he's a nice fit for the roster. He helps out.
He does, and we'll get to more of this at 9. We'll spin around the NFL. We'll get to this. We'll give you some great sound from just these last couple days with all of the guests. I've got 3 or 4 or 5 things on Rob Refsnyder that I heard from some of the folks with the Mariners. I know Lyle does as well. This was his idea a week ago. It comes into fruition. I don't think this is the last move. I'll say that very confidently. This was a bat to hit left-handers. There will be another move. Who that is, what that looks like, don't know. But you know what? The Mariners, they have a plan, Brady. They got a plan. And a goal without a plan is a wish. There's no wishing over there. They got a plan. They've got goals. And Refsnyder's going to absolutely mash left-handers. That is their hope. That is everything you need to know. Some terrific points from Brady. Very pronounced for Charles, why he hit the buttons the way he does. Charles, if I told you, I know this is not Thanksgiving and how thankful I am. We do that on that week, holiday week. This is Christmas week. Can I just tell you, man, you're a stud. I love it every time you get to run the board.
Oh, I thank you, Brock.
Yes.
It's always a pleasure to be working with a fine group like you guys.
Yes, well, it is a gift. I'm going to ask you boys by the end of the show what gift you're hoping to receive, and maybe a gift you're hoping to give that's received well on the other end. We'll do that over the final 90 minutes, but let's spin around the NFL. Let's talk a little Mariners at 9. We'll play you some sound at 9:30. We'll all do this together right here on Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Stacey Ross.
What's up? It's Michael Bumpus.
Of Bump and Stacey, obviously. And we just want to wish you guys happy holidays and thank you all for sticking with us in 2025.
2025 has been crazy. Let's have a better 2026.
So from all of us at the Bump and Stacey Show, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year.
2026, you have some big shoes to fill, and we can't wait. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays from Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I have great news. We're having our biggest sale of the year. Over $300 off our normal pricing through December 19th. We know it's hard to stay on track during the holidays, and we want to help. This could be the year you actually lose weight over the holidays and set yourself up for success in January. The best part, you can lose weight and still enjoy those special holiday dinners. No shots, no exercise, no fake food, just a plan that teaches you how to reset your metabolism and keep the weight off for good. Free consultation at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Yeah, Mike Salk here, and I've worked with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic for years, and this is the biggest sale I've ever seen from them. $300 off? I did the program myself, losing 35 pounds in just 8 weeks. Take advantage of this awesome sale before the holidays.
Join the 4,000 clients who we've helped lose 20 to 30 pounds in 60 days and take advantage of our lowest pricing of the year. Even if you want to start in January, lock in these prices now. Our remote programs allow you to lose weight from anywhere. Schedule your free consultation at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
I just want to entertain people and make a living. From Focus Features, they had a dream.
I want to sing, I want to dance, I want to garden, I want a cat.
All they needed was each other.
We should call ourselves Lightning and Thunder, a Neil Diamond experience.
This Christmas, based on a true story.
You've ever had a shot, pal, this is it.
Hugh Jackman, Kate Hudson.
It's good. So good.
Song Sung Blue, rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. Only in theaters this Thursday.
It's the best time of the year. Toyota-thon. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are providing you with large savings and the widest selection of inventory on Toyota favorites like the 2025 Tacoma, leasing at just $259 a month with $39.99 due at signing. The 2026 Tundra, financing at 2.99% APR, up to 72 months, and $1,000 bonus cash. The gas and hybrid RAV4s and the Corolla Cross. It's Toyota-thon. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Offers valid until January 5th, 2026. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Model 7540.
Hello, John here with Happy Hauler, your eco-friendly junk removal company. Did you know that all the viable items we remove are sorted, then distributed to low-income and transition housing? We proudly work with Solid Ground and also Mary's Place Make a Home program. Your unwanted items can have a second life, making a big impact for local people transitioning out of homelessness or escaping abusive situations. This holiday season, let's help those that need it most. Happy holidays, or should I say, happy holidays.
New siding doesn't have to break the bank. We offer affordable options that add value and protection to your home. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. And while we're at it, ask about our roofing, windows, decking, and gutter services for even more savings. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free siding inspection. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN
Seattle Sports.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would it leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection on the drivetrain, AC, and more. Get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
Call for your fast free quote today. 800-303-4223. 800-303-4223.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But when you can't work, care for your kids, or even put food on the table, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to support Northwest Hope and Healing. Our mission is to provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. For more than 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed over $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients, and you can help make a difference in our community. Join us on Saturday, January 31st, for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, gourmet cuisine, and inspiration at Mary Hill Winery in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on January 31st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Brady Henderson in for Salk. 90 more minutes in our holiday week before we'll turn it over to Bump and Stacy. Christmas Eve tomorrow, Christmas Day. I hope all of you get some special time with your family and your friends and your loved ones and all your wishes and gifts below the tree. Anything you're really hoping to receive, Brady? Anything on your little Christmas wish list that you made as a kid and you think, gosh, I really like that bike that I had with the banana boat seat with the Seahawks on it as I got, I think, when I was 10 years old and rolled down 9th Street. Anything on the Brady Henderson wish list this year?
The gift of golf, you cannot go wrong with that. So hoping for a gift certificate to Chambers Bay, which how blessed are we to have courses like Chambers Bay and the home course down in DuPont to be able to play, especially this time of the year. So, yeah, hopefully it's golf related. Can't go wrong with that as far as
we're going to spin around the NFL in a second. Can I just say something as I'm getting older? Damon told me this a couple of years ago. Chris Peterson as well. You know, they get to play over there at Overlake. You know, they're members over there. Very, very, very special Overlake over there. Yes.
They don't let me on the private courses.
No. And Damon's like, you know what I really like? I really like 9 holes of golf. And I was like, that's pretty weak. I mean, golf's 18 holes. Like, what are we doing? He's like, no. So I'm getting older. It's a little push cart. Play 9 holes of golf. And yesterday was 71 degrees here. And took my son and son-in-law and another friend out and played 9 holes. So you know what 9 holes was?
Unsatisfying?
Really nice. No. It was really nice.
Really?
Good. Yeah, really. Actually, I think Damon might have been on something. Really, really good for the back that started to get a little tight about hole 8. And by 9, I was like, no, I feel good. I'm not plowing through this thing. I feel pretty good, and I could function and all that good stuff. That's what happens with some hits. That's what happens with squat till you drop. That's what happens with some bone spurs in your low back. That's what happens, maybe from the beautiful game of football that we love to talk about as we get ready to spin around the NFL.
We got to get Brock some Toradol next time he tees it up. 9 holes is just so unsatisfying to me.
When I was your age, Brady, I thought the same thing.
Yeah.
As you near 50,
you take whatever you can get.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Lyle, here you go. You're sitting in Morris' seat. Charles is in your seat. He's crushing it. He's killing it as only Charles can. Lyle, you're sitting in Morris' seat. Some long fingers of the law back there as she hits the buttons and plays the sound. Let's see what you got cooking.
We'll do our best. I can't fully replace Maura, but I'll do my best. Let's just start with DK Metcalf, because that is the story in the NFL right now. We talked about him throwing the punch on Sunday during yesterday's show. Suspension comes down Monday afternoon, and the NFL says he's getting 2 games for throwing a haymaker at that fan. Ian Rappaport had a little bit more on this.
The NFL has officially suspended DK Metcalf 2 games for conduct detrimental to the NFL, and you just cannot do that. You can't cross the line. You can't go into the stands. You can't engage with a fan on game day, have any sort of contact with them, which DK Metcalf clearly did. Now, what Metcalf is alleging, according to colleague Tom Pelissero, is that this fan issued a racial slur and a slur about DK Metcalf's mother, and that is why Metcalf went after him. This fan then put out a statement on social media saying in very strong language that he did not do any of that. The NFL will now weigh in on that. Should be sooner rather than later, likely tomorrow. We will get an answer from the NFL.
A lot of layers to this one.
2 games feel right?
Yeah, I'd say so. And look, I didn't say this yesterday. I wanted to if we have time. I was going to make the point that there's a big part of me that thinks that the world would be a much more civil place, actually, if people could get punched in the face for things that they say. And I think that would actually deter a lot of just kind of ridiculous behavior that people make.
You're a fan of frontier justice,
especially in this age of social media. Yeah, but based on the rules we play by, you can't do that. And DK Metcalf's got to know that you cannot go into the stands and confront a guy. Now, look, I understand like some of the things that guy was alleged to have said. That would make a lot of people mad, and who knows who was right, because both people are saying two different things. It's a he said, he said. Who knows what was actually said? I think there's an argument to be made that in some cases, you can understand why DK Metcalf, if that guy did actually say what he said, you can understand why he would be upset. But based on the rules we play by, you can't do that. Yep. And if Derek Hall got one game for allegedly stepping on a guard's leg when he was down after the play, then 2 games feels about right for what DK
I wonder
Metcalf
if we had like 3 or 4 games left in the regular season. I honestly wonder if it would be a 3 or 4 game suspension. I think this was the fact that you got 2 games left. They're not going to suspend him for the playoffs. It turns out it's going to cost him. We were talking about these contracts and incentives and money and everything else, Brady. Going to cost him over $500,000 in his salary, right? You get paid by the week in the NFL, and his contract divided by 18 is about I think $550,000. But bigger than that, that is the short-term ramification. Did you see this as well? There was some speculation in his contract that there's some long-term, that maybe he could lose upwards of $40 million in some sort of triggers. Do you have any details on that?
Yeah, well, just according to our news story by Brooke Pryor, who covers the Steelers for ESPN, the suspension, I'm reading from her news story on ESPN.com, the suspension would also void $45 million in future guaranteed money. So how I take that to mean is that money would still be in the contract, it just would no longer be guaranteed, and that is, I suppose, something
that's probably some clause that they have if like
where you get suspended.
Conduct detrimental, you get suspended, your behavior, you could lose those kind of dollars. Jeepers, DK.
Yeah, it says it here in his contract. Andrew Filipponi, a sports radio host in Pittsburgh, tweeted out this screenshot, but he said, if he fails to practice or play with the club for any reason, which includes player suspension by the NFL or club for conduct detrimental, his guarantees will be null and void. I mean, that's crazy. $45 million.
Yeah, and that may be just kind of some boilerplate language that Steelers and maybe some other teams put into their contracts just to give them an out to try to recoup some money if a guy, goes off the rails and just sort of his behavior really becomes a problem. So I don't know if that anything that was like specifically written into DK Metcalf's contract just as an isolated deal. But yeah.
You think DK knew that he had that in his contract? As he was losing his ever-loving mind to the point that he would punch a fan?
Probably not. I mean, he had to know, like I'm sure most players know that, when you get suspended, you don't get paid your game check. And then for Derek Hall, his suspension is going to cost him about, I think, $80-something thousand because it goes by whatever the base salary is in the contract. You get paid out weekly, so you get paid in 1/18. So anytime you get suspended, you multiply that 1/18 by however many games you're going to miss, and that's what
you think this changes him. You think this is actually the thing that finally impacts DK's just lack of emotional control? I think this is finally like, man, I'm hurting my team.
Yeah,
I'm missing the next 2 games. I'm losing $500,000. I'm losing $40 million in some guarantees. They could void that out on me. Do you think this could be finally the thing that, you know what? Maybe I need to do some anger management.
Yeah, I think so, because I think enough of the penalties that he got and the fines that he got when he was with the Seahawks, a lot of them happened late in like games that were already decided. And so he could probably tell himself that, hey man, it doesn't matter. You're going to lose this game anyways. What's a 15-yard penalty? What's a $15,000 fine? This is different. This is, 2 games that you're missing while your team is in a hunt for a playoff spot. And by the way, it's not going to cost you $15,000. It's fine. It's going to cost you over $500,000 plus it sounds like the voiding of quite a bit of guaranteed money.
All right, well, shifting gears a little bit to Monday Night Football last night. 49ers just continue to put pressure on the Seahawks. They did their part in their final 3-game stretch here, which is no easy stretch by any means, with the Colts and then the Bears and then the Seahawks. They did step one, taking down Indianapolis by 19 points last night, winning 48-27, although this game probably doesn't, or the final score, I should say, doesn't really tell the whole story. That game was closer than the final score says for a decent amount of this thing. I thought.
Yeah, it was. And Phillip Rivers matched him early, right? Opening drive, and you're like, oh, maybe he wasn't old man Rivers that bad. Yeah, maybe that he didn't embarrass the Seahawks. Maybe the 16 points and then another one and then another one. And they tried to keep up with them. They just couldn't slow down San Francisco. And I said to you earlier, Christian McCaffrey's not going to win MVP. That will be Matt Stafford. Josh Allen, if he wins his next two, and maybe if Stafford stumbles somehow, some way, maybe he closes the gap. But Stafford's thrown 40 touchdowns to 5 interceptions. It's been ludicrous. And I fully expect them to win their final two, heavy favorites in both of those. But Christian McCaffrey, like just from a football perspective, if you were just talking solely to football people, and the impact that dude has, and you ask Mike McDonald, is they'll get ready for them after the Panthers. Like, this guy's a nightmare. 1,000-yard rusher now, nearing 1,000 yards as a receiver, right? He did that in high school. He did that in college at Stanford when he should have won a Heisman. He is revered. He went into the Valor Christian Hall of Fame. His jersey was retired. I got to meet Christian in person. And if you think Ken Walker looks good, he was wearing this tight little sweater thing, and it was like, he is a beautiful man, Brady. He is a beautiful, beautiful man and an unbelievable football player, and put on yet again another show last night against India.
Yeah, I saw a comment from him recently, and it may have been an older clip, but he was talking about how in Carolina, when he was with Carolina, people thought he was kind of this scat back because everybody always saw him standing next to Cam Newton, who is the the most statuesque quarterback
Yes.
the NFL has seen in a while. But yeah, he is a rock solid. What do the NFL scouts say? Rocked up. That's the term they use to describe guys like him. And man,
and he's been able to stay healthy, as you said, and that's the difference. And I'd have been with you, actually, and I make fun of you, tongue in cheek, about you trying to bury them early in the year. I'd have been with you. Like the odds tell you that as you get older and you've been injured over the course of your career, and you've had just perennial hamstring and calf and
Achilles,
all those
had
injuries.
the Achilles last year. Yep.
And this year he has been unbelievably healthy. Everyone else has fallen down around him. Purdy's missed games. Kittle's missed games. The guys on defense are out for the year. And that dude's been a rock. And he gives Kyle Shanahan just like a joystick. Like, I'm going to move this guy here, and I'm going to do this here, and I'm going to complicate that there. And while the Seahawks kicked 6 field goals, what did they score? 8 straight times. And Purdy 5 touchdown passes as they just throttle them and take care of business. As Lyle said, keep pace right in this NFC West.
Yeah, and look, of the 3 teams, over this closing stretch that are in the mix for the NFC West title and thus the number 1 seed in the NFC playoffs, I would say that San Francisco probably has the toughest remaining games. They've got to go, or they got to play the Bears at home on Sunday night before hosting the Seahawks in Week 18, and probably going to be favored against the Bears. But Kittle, who had a great game last night, he now all of a sudden looks like a bit of a question mark with another hamstring injury.
And the Bears playing for the NFC North, and the Bears playing for a possible number 1 seed as well, game behind the Rams and the Seahawks. So, yeah, that will be a monster game, and the Seahawks go to Carolina. That's no gimme. They're playing for the NFC North. Yeah, as Matt Hasselbeck said, man, the NFL this year, as Sheil said to us, the NFC this year, it is a wild, wild affair.
Well, George Kittle talked a little bit after the game about his injury. He just got asked, hey, George, how you doing after this game? And he said this.
Pretty excited. We won Monday Night Football on the road. It is after 12 already. Can't wait to get on the plane and go home. My concern level, I don't think it's a high ankle sprain, so, we'll take it one day at a time, and we'll go from there.
I'm sorry, I called it a hamstring injury. I think he had a hamstring injury that put him on IR earlier in the year, but it's an ankle injury this time. And man, that dude's battled quite a few injuries over his career, but when he is healthy, you saw it last night.
Hold on, you're missing the boat. Brady, you're missing the boat.
Am I?
Yeah. That sound, in any world and realm, does that sound match the look of George Kittle?
The look matching the voice? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Play that one more time for me, and picture George Kittle with his hair, with his tat sleeves, with his hair on fire, maniac ways. And tell me if that matches this sound. Lyle, go ahead.
Pretty excited. We won Monday Night Football on the road. It is after 12 already. Can't wait to get on the plane and go home. My concern level, I don't think it's a high ankle sprain, so, we'll take it one day at a time, and we'll go from there.
It's not the voice itself. I think it's just the kind of inflection. Like, he just sounds like such a
Yes.
mild-mannered guy, and yet he is just this animal on the field, man. What a player he is.
He's really, really good.
I almost feel like he speaks with a little bit of sarcasm. Do I have that right?
Yeah, yeah. I think that's
Like just kind of being
sarcasm.
flippant,
Yes.
not taking it too seriously. But when he gets on the field, man, that guy is just
Brady, Hawkblogger put this tweet out last night. I was telling Lyle about it. And the NFC West. Now with San Francisco winning and get to 11 wins. Seahawks have 12 wins. The Rams have 11 wins. Hawkblogger put this out. There have been 5 times this has happened. Now, we may see this more often, right, with 17 games. So for all of those years with only a 16-game schedule, very, much more difficult to do. So not maybe terribly surprising. We've seen this in back-to-back years, right? Last year it was the NFC North. This year it's the NFC West. But 3 teams in one division with 11 or more wins. You got to go back to 20 in the AFC North. You got to go back to 03 in the AFC East. And then in 83 AFC East, 84 AFC West. That would be the Seahawks that year with the Raiders and the Broncos way back in 1984. So only 5 times. Here's the funny thing about it. Not funny. Ironic thing. How many Super Bowl winners out of those divisions? You're battle tested, right? You're playing in the SEC.
Yeah.
You're playing in the Big Ten. You're battle tested. You play all these tough games. You're calloused. You're ready for the big stage. You've played the best, right? Iron sharpens iron. Whatever way you're going to go. Best on best. It's happened now 5 times. This is the 5th time. The previous 4 times in iterations, how many Super Bowl champs?
I'm going to guess maybe 1 or 0.
0.
0.
And only 1 Super Bowl combatant. Only Dan Marino's Miami Dolphins in 85. The only team to come out of all of that and make it to the Super Bowl. They didn't win it. Not yet a Super Bowl winner. So that belief that maybe happens in high school and college, that you callous yourself, you play tough competition, not the case in the NFL. Hasn't been the case. Maybe a little more bruised, maybe a little more beat up as the Niners are with all their players lost. We'll see with the Rams and the Seahawks over the final few weeks in the playoff push, but keep that in your back pocket. I think we could sneak one more in here, Lau.
Yeah, if you want to tie it back to the Seahawks a little bit, you know who seems to be thinking a lot about Mike McDonald these days is the fan base of the Baltimore Ravens, who seem to be talking about him a lot online, usually having to do with the fact that they wish he never left their building and walked out of their building. The Ravens ended up dropping a Sunday Night Football game to the Patriots the other night, and on the final drive, Derrick Henry wasn't on the field. John Harbaugh got asked about it. He gave an answer, and I don't think it sat well with a lot of fans.
You look back on it, I think it's pretty easy to say he should have been in there or shouldn't have been in there. But we're rotating those guys throughout the game as 2 backs, But yeah, game-winning drive. Do I want Derrick Henry on the field? Sure, I do want him on the field.
Their response to that is, well, you're the head coach. Why didn't you put him in?
Yes.
Yeah, fair point. I mean, that is a fair point. I think what's not a really fair point is this whole notion that, how did the Ravens possibly let Mike McDonald out the door? What are they going to do? You can't stop a guy from becoming a head coach. The only alternative is to fire your head coach and promote that guy. But the Ravens had just lost in the AFC Championship game. You're not going to fire a guy after making it to the AFC Championship game after going 13-4 in the regular season. So, I mean, I understand being kind of upset that you had this guy in the building and he's no longer there and your defense is not the same as it once was. And the Seahawks, by the way, are doing what they're doing. But what were you really going to do if you're the Ravens at that point?
Yeah, I think that is just a fanatical emotion of fans, right? Like, you should have fired Harbaugh. He was done. No, he wasn't done. He's a great organizer of people. He's a great leader of men. Mike McDonald is who he is, and he's doing what he's doing. Why? Because of the imprint of the Harbaugh family. Jim for a couple years in Michigan, and much, much more so all of those years in Baltimore. You can look at it that way as well. A little tougher to do when your team is struggling the way the Ravens are. And defensively, we saw this, right? When Gus Bradley was here and then to Dan Quinn, it wasn't quite as monumental, but you lose Dan Quinn and it's to Chris Richard and it's to Ken Norton and it's to Clint Hurt, and you realize, guess what? There's a lot of great position coach. Those guys are all great individual position coaches. Won Super Bowls because of it. But they're not coordinators. There's a difference. There's people that are equipped to be great position coaches. There's people equipped to be great coordinators. There's people, very few of them, equipped to be great head coaches. A lot of great coordinators, not a lot of great head coaches all the time. And I think, you're seeing a little brain drain. That Mike McDonald was unbelievable as a D coordinator, as a play caller, and they've not been able to replace that. That's probably where the target should be a little more. And, I remember chatting with DJ about this earlier in the year. Were they going to make a move at some point? Because the standard there is really high defensively for coordinators. And they were good before Mike McDonald, and Mike was unbelievable, and it's not been good since. So I think that will be the change in Baltimore, will be the defensive coordinator and not probably the head coach.
Well, Harbaugh was asked about his job security this week. I actually thought he gave a thoughtful answer to it. Here's what he said.
It's never been about keeping a job. And there's no such thing as like your job or my job. We have responsibilities. We're given opportunities to steward those responsibilities, and you're given a job to do that until you're not. I try to do the job, not try to keep the job, because there's no such thing as having a job, just doing a job. And so my focus is on always, and has been for the last 18 years here, has been to try to do the best job I can today. And anything after today, I'm not thinking about, because, it's not given for us to think about. We don't have control over that except for the job we do today.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. He's pretty respected by his peers and people. And oh, by the way, I read you off from Jason McIntyre those cap numbers for this year. Brady, you want to spin that ahead to next year. It's fascinating. And obviously these will get reworked and redone as contracts always do. But you want to look at next year's cap hits when it comes to QBs?
Yeah, what do you got?
Tua, 56.5. Kirk Cousins, 56.6. Jared Goff, 69.6. Dak Prescott, 74 million. Right? Again, these are the cap hits as it sits today. These have to be reworked.
Yeah.
Right? You've got to do something on all of these. Deshaun Watson, 80.7, number one. Patrick Mahomes, 78.2 off of an ACL. And then number three, and why I bring that up, Lamar Jackson. On paper right now has a $74.5 million cap hit for next year. Coming off of an injury-riddled season. Coming off of, as we heard yesterday from a former great QB and Rich Gannon saying this dude doesn't practice. He's not available. He's always hurt. There's always issues going on. So the old Ravens are going to have, I think, a lot of decisions to make, not just at head coach. I don't think there's a decision there, but the coordinator and what are you going to do with your quarterback and how are you going to restructure that? And does Lamar want to be there? And yeah, so all sorts of things that, well, as we always say, the NFL never rests. Lyle, well done, sitting in the stead there for Miss Mora. Good job spinning us around the NFL. I'm going to use your brain again. We did this for a segment yesterday. I'd like to tomorrow, or I'd like to next. I've got 4 or 5 points and things that I've learned about Rob Refsnyder over the last 12 hours, 16 hours as he becomes a Seattle Mariner. I know you've got thoughts. What does it mean next, most importantly? We'll do all of that before we wrap up this show and send it to Bump and Stacy in the Christmas holiday week. He is Brady Henderson. He's in for Salk. It's Brock and Salk.
Hey, everybody, it's Bob Stelton here along with Dave Wyman from the Wyman and Bob Show. And it's going to be tough, Dave, to top 2025. The Mariners, 8 outs away from the World Series. The Seahawks, as we sit, are the #1 seed in the NFC. How do they top that in 26?
How about Mariners to the World Series and the Seahawks win the Super Bowl in 2026? What do you think?
I can't wait. Merry Christmas to all of our listeners. Happy New Year. Have a good one, everybody.
What Bob said.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to mydataqb.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or mydataqb.com.
Good Dog Auto Glass. When your windshield breaks, the national brands say their fix is safe, but the quality is light. Instead, trust Good Dog Auto Glass for the best in quality auto glass.
Don't let the insurance company bully you. When you call, we answer the phone. Visit us online and get more bang for your buck.
Guys, if you're worn down, putting on weight, dealing with low T symptoms, or ED, something's off. Ignoring symptoms doesn't fix the real issue. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering free full diagnostic panels. A $400 value. It checks testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. The key areas that reveal what's driving low T, ED, and more. Plus, qualified patients get up to 25% off select treatments now through year end. This gives you a clear answer on what's off and the steps to improve it. Over 120,000 patients have trusted Revive since 2011 because the results are real. Claim your free full diagnostic panel today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Okay, only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There, the last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
It's Toyotathon. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are providing you with large savings and the widest selection of inventory on Toyota favorites like the 2026 Corolla LE, leasing at $219 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. The Camry LE at 4.99% APR for 72 months, and the Prius leasing at $305 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. It's Toyotathon at ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered.
Offers valid till January 5th, 2026. Excludes taxes, titles, licenses, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 1-852-255-1263.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Ready to deck the holidays? Win a brand new free deck, courtesy of one of the most trusted exterior companies in the Pacific Northwest, State Roofing and Exteriors. Don't miss out. Enter now at mynorthwest.com/win. That's mynorthwest.com/win.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
No, Salky here in the final hour of the show. No, I think he's en route. He sent me a beautiful waterfall picture from Iceland. Heather made him hike, which was good. I've told him he needs to start sweating, Brady. I mean, he's getting up there in age. Gotta move, right? Motion is lotion. If you don't do it, you can run into some trouble. So she made him hike. I think they're on their way to Copenhagen. Going to have a great week. He will be back on Monday. The whole gang will be back together, which will be awesome. I got nothing from you, huh? I know you're multitasking. You're busy. I sent you a picture. I got nothing.
Oh, yeah, you did send me. Brock sent me a pretty cool picture of, let me pull it back up here. It was him and
Super Bowl
Hasselbeck.
champion Trent Dilfer, 3-time Pro Bowler Matt Hasselbeck, all at a wedding a couple weeks ago down in Florida. Anything?
Yeah, and they have these, like, bedazzled cowgirl hats that look like something you'd see, on a bachelorette party wearing on Broadway in downtown Nashville.
That's right. That's right. Rocking it pretty good. Good.
Yeah.
Okay,
you're rocking
good.
it. I don't know if you're rocking it pretty good, but you are rocking it.
The Mariners, by the way, Mr. Henderson, the Mariners made a move. We talked about a little bit of baseball yesterday. Lyle and I bounced around for a segment. Mr. Lyle, last night, was there a little grin? Was there a little smile on your face? What exactly was Lyle Goldstein's reaction when the announcement comes from the Mariners that they have signed Rob Refsnyder?
It's like that Kevin Malone line from The Office where you're just like, it's just nice to win one. That was my reaction.
Yeah, because I think even Salky from Europe sent a little text to our group text and was like, well done, Lyle. And that was before I had seen the news. And I was like, oh, yeah, Lyle did produce a good show yesterday. Yeah, good job, Lyle. Salk was listening to the podcast on his flight or something. Well done. And then, nope, I get the email from the Mariners. Rob Refsnyder is a Mariner. Talked about it a little bit on this show last week. And your thought initially was what, Lyle? You were just kind of going through available free agents, right, looking at the different bats, and you came up with him as a fit because
the Mariners needed a right-handed bat that specifically could hit left-handed pitching. And in general, they just needed another bat that could hit left-handed pitching. Because the way the roster's shaken out, and especially when you factor a potential Brendan Donovan trade into this whole thing, who also doesn't hit left-handed pitching, it's just a very, very one-sided lineup. And I said to myself, if they throw a tough lefty against the Mariners at some point, that being any opposition, they could run into a lot of problems. And I said, Rob Refsnyder's not going to cost a ton of money. He's probably going to be a 1 to 2 year deal type of guy. And he legitimately pulverizes southpaws. So I said, feels like this would make a lot of sense.
So a couple things there. Number one, not to throw any more further dirt on Mitch Garver and my frustration in just watching him play baseball, because he did hit lefties. Right, his numbers actually at the end of last year were pretty good against lefties. This is a sign that Mitch Garver is not a Mariner again, correct?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be a Mariner, especially with the Andrew Kisner signing. Doesn't seem like he's coming back.
Yep, and this guy, Rob Refsnyder, a little background on him for you, Brady. He is 33, so a little bit of an older guy, Southern California, I think Laguna Beach guy, went to Arizona. C-Rod would love this, won a national title with the Arizona baseball team back when those boys were really good, bear down. And then he's kind of bounced around the big leagues, spent the last 4 years, though, in Boston and had very productive years, especially, as Lyle said, against left-handers. When it comes to hitting lefties, he was top 6 in all of baseball. All of baseball with a WRC plus of 155, meaning to your QBR, he was 55% better than the rest of the league in hitting left-handed pitchers, and not many guys in all of baseball can claim that. Now, probably helps, right, a little bit, Lyle, that he got to hit where he got to hit. I mean, I think Fenway is pretty conducive and pretty beneficial to hitters. But, you know, the dude got it done. He'll play a little right field. From what I've heard, he'll play a little first base in a pinch. And he's going to be a lot of DH. And this was the kicker, and this was the thing that I probably enjoyed hearing the most. He wanted to be a Mariner. He wanted to be a Mariner. There are a lot of years doing this show where it was like, I don't want to be a Mariner. You know, guys that they had traded for, like Cliff Lee and some others, I don't want to be a Mariner. I don't want to be on that outpost. I don't want to play in that stadium. I don't want to play for that organization, for whatever narrative and whatever you want to fit in. Like, I'm not going to be there. I'm not going to sign there. There were some years in free agency where we would banter names, and Salk would hear from his sources and people inside like, yep, they never even considered us.
Did Eric Bedard want to be a Mariner?
No, Eric Bedard never wanted to play baseball. No, he did not. He just happened to be really gifted at it and really good with a left arm that could throw a baseball in unique ways. I don't think he ever even wanted to play it. But there were agents. There were players. They were like, I don't want to be there. Rob Refsnyder had a market. Other people looked at this. As hard as it was in the league to hit left-handed pitching last year, and those numbers were very clear, guess what people want? People that can hit left-handed pitchers. And this guy can do it. He had a market, and he very clearly, in a competitive market, wanted to be a Mariner. So John Morosi, with Wyman and Bob yesterday, I played you the cut earlier of what he liked about it. More importantly now, and I think this is where my mind goes, Lyle, I'm going to ping you with a question. You wonder now, you make this move. Is this it? Is this it, or is there another move to be made? Here was Mr. Morosi on the station yesterday.
But I'm a little bit wondering what the next step is. This does not feel like it's the final piece. This is a piece. Refsnyder helps them out. He does do a good job against left-handed pitching, but ostensibly you would have Julio and Robles and Arozarena to do that for you in the outfield. And I don't think he's necessarily just here as a DH platoon with Canzone. There has to be a next. Something else is coming here. Obviously, they were able to address the backup catching role with Kisner, which I think is a wise signing, really good backup. I think he fits that role very nicely. And Refsnyder I like too. But there has to be some additional piece that explains why Refsnyder makes sense.
So what is it? What does this move mean, Lyle, from a roster construction standpoint? As I mentioned to you, and I can say pretty confidently, he'll play a little right field. He'll play a little first base, but he's going to be your DH versus lefties. 1 year, $6.5 million. He is on this roster. You can pencil him in. What does this then mean to those that may be on the roster? And what does this foreshadow what's to come?
I mean, not all 4 of these right fielders are going to be on the roster by opening day, right? You can't have 4 right fielders on a roster. They have, I know Refsnyder is going to do other things, but you essentially have Refsnyder, Robles, Canzone, Raley. I just don't know how there's enough playing time for all those guys.
Okay, so on man out would be?
It's tough to say, but when you hear the Mariners and the reports say that he's going to be an outfielder / first baseman / DH,
yeah,
isn't that Luke Raley's role?
Right. That would be Luke Raley, who is a lefty, though. Okay, so my hunch, my gut, some of my insight is this is not it. This is not it. Salky brought up our guy Dan Zimborski, the human robot, and his ZiPS projections. And if they didn't do anything, they would be a 89 to 93 win team. Well, now you add a little bit to it. Maybe that bumps up another win or so. They're not done. They're going to want to bat. And Lyle, my hunch and my gut, and I think all of our gut over the last 2, 3, 4 weeks has been trade. Whether that is Donovan. Donovan a switch hitter or no?
He is not, which again speaks to this Refsnyder thing. He's a left-handed hitter, and he really does not hit left-handed pitching.
Okay, so he would be a left-handed bat. So once again, for impact, and if a trade is the most likely next scenario, which I think it is, you're talking about him and you're talking about Ketel Marte. And Marte's still the biggest impact. Marte, a switch hitter. Marte, still a wonderful ball player, especially the next couple of years, but going to be a little more painful because you're going to have to trade some assets that you do like and that have been productive players for you, maybe even at the big league level. So stay tuned on all of that, but the Mariners do get a move made before Christmas, before the new year, and are very much still very, very, very active in the trade market and not done adding to this ball club. We're not done talking some football. We'll give you everything we call it for you in review. It's usually on Fridays, Brady, but we're going to do it on a Tuesday. That's how good the guests have been the last 48 hours. That's how good Sheil Kapadia and Rich Gannon and Matt Hasselbeck this morning were. We'll play some sound from all of them in 20 minutes before we give y'all everything you need to know next right here on Brock and Salk.
Hey, everybody, it's Bob Stelton here along with Dave Wyman from the Wyman and Bob Show. And it's going to be tough, Dave, to top 2025. The Mariners, 8 outs away from the World Series. The Seahawks, as we sit, are the #1 seed in the NFC. How do they top that in 26?
How about Mariners to the World Series and the Seahawks win the Super Bowl in 2026? What do you think?
I can't wait. Merry Christmas to all of our listeners. Happy New Year. Have a good one, everybody.
What Bob said.
Look, it's never too early to plan for retirement, right? Whether it's decades away or maybe just around the corner, Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors can ensure you feel prepared for this financial shift. It's Mike Salk here, and my friends at Trajan Wealth offer tailored insights and strategies designed specifically for investors with $500,000 or more in savings looking for ways to optimize those funds. Start with an introductory meeting. That's what I did. They'll explain their strategy, which is tailor-made to your specific needs and goals. They'll help you with the accumulation phase of life, which most of us are in now, but then also with the plans for using that money in retirement and beyond. All without paying more than your fair share in taxes, right? Super helpful for someone like me who doesn't exactly spend every day staring at stock quotes. Call the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth today to schedule your free consultation at 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300 or TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey everyone, Bump here. If you have not seen Seattle U's men's basketball team play yet, now is your chance. See Wazoo, Gonzaga, St. Mary's take on the Red Hawks at Climate Pledge. Next up are the Cougs on December 30th. Grab your tickets at GoSeattleU.com/tickets.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Dave Wyman here, joined by a very special guest, Dr. Daniel Landis, a multiple-time recipient of the Seattle Top Doctor Award. He's on the Swedish CyberKnife team treating prostate cancer and accepting new patients. Dr. Landis, how does CyberKnife compare to other prostate cancer treatments?
So one of the advantages of the CyberKnife platform is that the treatment can be concluded in just 5 days, as opposed to other treatments that require anywhere from 26 to 42 days of radiation.
How do patients feel about their experience?
Patients overall tell me that their experience was really amazing. They had minimal disruption of their lives. They didn't have to take time off work. And they tell me it's like Star Trek, where you push a button and the cancer can go away.
That really is amazing. It's almost too good to be true. If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/CyberKnifeProstate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
The holidays are one of the deadliest times of year for Washington drivers. There's a sharp increase in DUI crashes throughout Washington. Be responsible behind the wheel or call for a ride. Brought to you by Davis Law Group.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
You're going to do a Neil Diamond show? A Neil Diamond experience from Focus Features.
Are you ready to sing?
Critics and audiences are raving. Song Sung Blue is fantastically entertaining.
It's good.
So good. With powerhouse performances from Hugh Jackman and Kate Hudson. Tell me I'm doing the right thing.
You are.
Based on a triumphant true story about never giving up on your dreams.
Sold out shows.
We're sold out. Song Sung Blue, rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. Only in theaters this Thursday.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
Bellwether Appraisal Company reminds listeners the holidays are meant to be a time of good cheer and warm gatherings with family and friends. Don't spoil the spirit of the season by getting behind the wheel after drinking. Always designate a sober driver or take a ride share for a safe ride home. Let's work together to keep our roadways safe and accident-free this holiday season. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at Bellwether Appraisal Company. Family owned and proudly serving our community for 23 years. Online at bellwetherappraisal.net.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds, because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, first thing you need to know, pretty good day. It's an off day around the NFL. Seahawks and the players, coaches are all in, working and game planning. The players typically off on Tuesdays, but I'm sure their phones were blown up this morning when it became official that the Seahawks have 6 Pro Bowlers voted on by the fans, the players, the coaches, the league, and those 6 in no particular order would be Devin Witherspoon, Rashid Shaheed, DeMarcus Lawrence, Leonard Williams, Jackson Smith and Jigba, and still a little surprise to me just because of Jalen Hurts and others in the NFC QB race, Sam Darnold. Back-to-back Pro Bowl nods, 3 in a row for Devin Witherspoon, 6 total. And as you said, Brady, I think 3 other teams in the league can also claim 6 Pro Bowlers here in this kind of first ballot of it. We know there will be alternates. We know there will be those injured. We know that the Super Bowl will take away some of those guys. But right now, 6, you join the Broncos, the 49ers, and the
Baltimore Ravens. John Harbaugh's Baltimore Ravens.
There you go.
Yeah, and, look, this is the time of year where people love to flip out over guys who didn't make the Pro Bowl, and people start throwing around words like travesty and egregious and criminal. Everybody calm down! As I channel my inner Brock Hewitt. Everybody just calm down, okay?
Take it down a notch!
Thank you. It's not the end of the world if a guy on the team you root for does not make the Pro Bowl. Now, it's a big deal to those guys and a big deal to their agents because you start talking about dollars and future contracts being impacted. But I will say, for every, a lot of times your team might have a guy who probably should have made it or had an argument to make it.
Charles Cross?
I don't know. I'd have to look at the other left tackles. But my
Trent
point is,
Williams, right?
Then there's guys like Sam Darnold who sometimes, there's other quarterbacks, other fan bases around the NFL. Detroit, with Jared Goff, Green Bay with
Brock
Jordan Love.
Purdy,
Those
Jordan
fan bases
Love,
are saying,
and
how did
Jalen Hurts,
my guy not make it?
Yep. Well, win. Have the best record in football.
Yeah.
Be one of the most productive quarterbacks. Have 3 games with a QBR. You mentioned that earlier. And his QBR has come down to about 60, which is still top 10 in the league. But you have 3 games with a QBR at 97, 98, 96, right? You put up eye-popping numbers. Again, that Buccaneers game, right? I mean, just, staggering numbers. And, oh, by the way, doing it after a year where everybody thought you couldn't do it.
Yeah.
That it was all about Jefferson and Addison and O'Connell and everything in Minnesota. No, it wasn't. No, he elevated their play just like he's elevated everybody else's play. So kudos to those Seahawks. You mentioned Jason Myers, and I think you can make a case, but Brandon Aubrey's not human. No. When you make field goals of 60-plus yards as repeatedly as he does, all right, I kind of understand that. But impact on a team, Jason's been unbelievable as well.
Yeah, that's the other thing is if you want your guy to make it, that means someone else who did make it has to not make it. And it's easy to say, this guy should be a Pro Bowler, but at the end of the day, who's he going to replace? Did you like me channeling my Brock Hewitt there?
Yeah, give it to me one more time. Give it to me one more time.
I don't got that. I don't got that. My voice is going to go. I still got 30 minutes left. 40 minutes left.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Lady, 40 minutes left. How about $40 million in guarantees voided for one DK Metcalf? We have seen him be a hothead. We have seen personal fouls. We have seen taunting. We've seen him get on the headsets and scream at a coach. We have seen him fined significant dollars in this league, but not like he's been fined now. He's going to miss 2 game checks. He's going to miss the final 2 games as the Steelers push to AFC North. He, because of his behavior, is going to lose upwards of $40 million in guarantees. Doesn't mean he's lost it, but the team now has the right to say, hey, man, sorry, DK. You're going to have to earn this now. This isn't just guaranteed to you because you broke the contract. Their clause very clearly that conduct detrimental to you missing games. And you're going to miss 2 games. Ian Rappaport with a little bit more on that yesterday.
The NFL has officially suspended DK Metcalf 2 games for conduct detrimental to the NFL, and you just cannot do that. You can't cross the line. You can't go into the stands. You can't engage with a fan on game day, have any sort of contact with them, which DK Metcalf clearly did. Now, what Metcalf is alleging, according to colleague Tom Pelissero, is that this fan issued a racial slur and a slur about DK Metcalf's mother, and that is why Metcalf went after him. This fan then put out a statement on social media saying in very strong language that he did not do any of that. The NFL will now weigh in on that. Should be sooner rather than later, likely tomorrow. We will get an answer from the NFL.
You talked about frontier justice. I'll say this too, Brady. There are a lot of other fans that were around that fan. So this isn't just a he said, right? You should have 5, 6, 10 witnesses if indeed, right, DK is alleging what he's alleging, and if so, that fan never be at another NFL game. Mm-hmm. But if all those other 10 say, actually, he didn't say any of that, I think DK should be fined even more for being a flat-out liar, right? I think there should be further ramifications to this. Like, don't just throw that out. Don't say I'm a racist. Don't try to put that on me. But if he did, and DK is right, and those other fans all heard it, then that dude should never be allowed in an NFL stadium again either.
That's exactly right. Yeah, and I mean, those are pretty serious accusations, and you would hope that. Well, you would hope that nobody would say that in the first place. You would also hope that no one would make that up to try to weaponize that and to try to save your own rear end. And I like what you said earlier about could this be kind of the turning point for DK Metcalf? And if I were to play amateur psychologist, if I were to invite you into my psychologist's office and say, Brock Heward, have a seat on the couch, lay down on that couch, I would say that there's probably a lot of this is ego. Like this inability to control your temper in the moment is ego, and you just can't handle the blow to your ego when you feel someone disrespect you like that. But guess what? You got to do it, and the book is out on you. And we've seen opponents know that this guy is easy to get him to lose his cool, and you've seen opponents go after him and target him and try to goad him into those retaliation actions, and I think you maybe saw this guy do that as well.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
A little late.
That's my
little late on
That's
your
my
last
bad,
point.
Charles.
Yeah, a little late on the last point.
Yep.
You kind of been nailing it all day, and then the final one.
You can't throw late over the middle. You can't give Charles the signal late. You just can't do it.
It's not how you point in starting the show. It's how you point to end the show, Brady.
That's right.
And that wasn't your best effort.
No.
What do you think of Rob Refsnyder? You like the signing of Rob Refsnyder? Everything that you've heard me and Lyle and John Morosi and all the data that you've now got to input into that brain of yours, Mr. Henderson, does it make sense?
Well, I love it. Yeah, I mean, the only question is how is that going to translate in safe
in this ballpark?
Lumen. How about third time's the charm? T-Mobile Park. He's not hitting at Lumen Field. He's not hitting at Safeco Field. He's hitting at Lumen. He's hitting at T-Mobile Park, which, of course, is a tough hitter's park.
Yes.
He's not hitting that green monster in left field every time. That's the question I have is.
But by all accounts, he wanted to be here, man. Yeah. And, we were chatting off the air. Like, on one level, you go back and play the tape of A.J. Pollock. The great A.J. Pollock, he was signed. He mashed left-handed pitchers. And I think he got a one-year deal, and then he came here. And I remember watching him in spring training down in Arizona. I'm like, there's nothing in that bat. That bat is dead in spring training. This is not going to be good, and it was not good at all for the Mariners that season. On the other side, look at DeMarcus Lawrence. Look at Cooper Kupp. Look at guys that come in. And there have been other Mariner acquisitions, Josh Naylor in particular, that you traded for, who loved hitting here, who was an absolute dynamo, and you extended. So, with veteran guys that have been around the block, and he's 33, and he's been around the block. He's been in a lot of organizations. Lyle, tell the audience what you told me off the air. You watch that Red Sox documentary, and just, and it's a documentary, right? It's not an end-all, be-all. But, again, that documentary added a little more of a data point to Rob.
Well, just between that and everything else that you've heard about him over the years, he's just supposed to be an A1 clubhouse guy. He's supposed to be the man. So I can't quite say he's going to have the Josh Naylor effect on the fan base, but this feels like somebody that a lot of Mariners fans are going to attach themselves to, especially if he plays well, because he's really been beloved everywhere he's gone.
Yeah, and I'll say it again, the last little thing here. He wanted to be here. There was a market. This wasn't maybe A.J. Pollock, where there were a lot of teams for an older player. This is a guy that, based on his production the last 2-3 years and what Lyle said there, being a great dude, he was wanted. And this deal was out there with other teams. 1 year, $6.5 million for Major League Baseball. Brady is a very affordable deal for his production, and he wanted to be a Mariner. And don't think that run of last year, the run of the last couple years, the young stars that you have on this roster didn't play a role in a veteran guy saying, yeah, I'd like to fit in that lineup. That is, for the last time today, Brady, everything you need to know.
Well, I can't wait to watch him at Lumen Field. It's going to be electric in there.
I think you're just confused because the Seahawks took BP at T-Mobile, and, they're right across the street from each other. So it's easy to understand the confusion. Probably be confusing for the audience when here in a couple minutes we're going to play For You in Review. Like, what are you doing? For You in Review is a Friday thing. It's a 9 a.m. Friday thing. Well, I won't be here Friday at 9 a.m., and we got Christmas the next couple days, and we've had amazing guests, including Hasselbeck this morning, and we'll play a soundbite or two from each of them. We'll do it next. Final segment of the week for Brady and I. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Stacey Ross.
What's up? It's Michael Bumpus.
Of Bump and Stacey, obviously. And we just want to wish you guys happy holidays and thank you all for sticking with us in 2025.
2025 has been crazy. Let's have a better 2026.
So from all of us at the Bump and Stacey Show, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year.
2026, you have some big shoes to fill, and we can't wait. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays from Seattle Sports.
All right, Mike Salk here, and you know what you're doing yet this weekend? Go to Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can even stay the night. The unbelievable views in the brand new hotel rooms. They're awesome. Just a really cool spot to hang. You can check out the spa. You can check out the beautiful pool area. It's indoor, outdoor, so you can go no matter what the weather is. And then the sports bar. Man, 60-plus TVs. Great spot to watch all the games this weekend. Go to snocasino.com for more. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Thank you to all of our great Cairo News Radio listeners.
This is the moment.
For making the 37th year of Holiday Magic our biggest one yet.
It is a celebration that benefits Treehouse.
Thanks to your generosity and the important work of Treehouse, kids in foster care will have the holiday they wished for.
We ask you to give. You do. You always come through.
You can still donate. Just head to mynorthwest.com/holidaymagic.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Good Dog Auto Glass.
When the stakes are high, you want the best on your team. When your windshield breaks, don't settle for your insurance company's fix that's just safe enough. Trust Good Dog Auto Glass, where the quality isn't light. We do all the things the little guys don't, and we do all the things the big guy does.
We answer the phone when you call, we work for you, and we will walk you through the insurance process. Visit GoodDogAutoGlass.com, Puget Sound's most trusted auto glass company, and get more bang for your buck.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to mydataqb.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or mydataqb.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right, you can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
So, Brady, got a lot of moving pieces behind the scenes, okay? You just keep your pretty little self there by your computer doing all that you're doing, you know, all your multitasking, everything else, and you let me and Lyle and Charles handle things behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I would like to play. Would you mind? Would you be bothered if we just do one little quick Christmas song to kind of get in the spirit here? Right? Christmas Eve tomorrow, Christmas Thursday, the new year right around the corner. Ask Lyle for a song. He's like, that's asking a lot. I totally agree. But then what do? I go to Charles. You know why I go to Charles?
He can get it done.
Charles is a man of many talents.
Yeah.
So, Charles, if you wouldn't mind kind of setting the tone for the final segment, for you in review, some sound, some spirit, can you give me a little Christmas jingle?
Sure thing, Brock. Here's a song for all of you people celebrating Christmas to get you in the spirit.
Here we go.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good tidings we bring to you and for care. Good tidings for Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Yes, ladies.
Way to go, Charles.
Yeah, ladies.
Well done.
Yeah. That's my man Charles right there, adding a little Christmas spirit.
Hey,
now,
thanks, Brock.
Wait, Charles, you're the best, man. Thank you very much. Charles, anything for you in review, anything that you hope to open underneath that Christmas tree? Any gift that maybe you put on a little wish list that you're hoping you can open tomorrow night or Thursday morning?
Oh, well, I have a lot of things on my list, but a few important things that I hope to get are a holder for my cell phone for the car, and even a panini press for my apartment so I can make great cheese panini sandwiches. You gotta love this stuff.
There we go.
Yes.
And not only that, I also hope to get an air fryer as well.
What?
Wow.
Okay. Sounds like you're getting a little domesticated, maybe for a little special someone, but we won't talk about that.
Oh
on
yeah,
air.
I'm not gonna share the surprise because if my girlfriend is listening right now, I'm not gonna spoil it until Christmas.
That's exactly right. I love it. Lyle, anything you're hoping gift wise here over the next coming days or weeks?
Are you really setting me up for this?
No, nothing.
Are you sure?
No. Why would I do? No, I don't do that.
I mean, I have something in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Do I want to share it?
Oh, yeah. What you got?
High drive right center field. At the wall. Kyle Tucker owning game one.
You walked right into that one, Brock.
Yeah.
Walked right into it. That's what I'm opening on Christmas.
I don't know. This Refsnyder probably doesn't help.
We'll see.
But
What about you, Brock?
You never know. Shoes. Just a pair of shoes. That's all I want. Just one pair of shoes. Yep, that's it. Told the girls, and it's funny, Macy, because Macy now makes a little NIL money. She's like, isn't it kind of nice that your kids can actually buy you gifts? I'm like, honey, just save your money. I don't need anything material. Just having you home and doing all that. But maybe a pair of shoes for Molly. That's kind of about the only thing I asked for. So we'll see if that happens or not. Should we do a little for you in review? Do we have a little open for that, Lyle? Do we want to do that, or are we going to just fire right into it?
Yeah, we can do it.
Okay, how about a little For You in Review?
Brock and Salk present For You in Review.
Time for our weekly chat with Jeff Passan from ESPN. We've got Joel Clack. Good morning, Joel. Let's talk.
No, we didn't even have Joel or Passan or DJ. We have Rich Gannon, Sheil Kapadia, and Matt Hasselbeck. Yep, that's what we do. There we go, playing it up and down right there. Best interviews of the week, and they just happened all in the last 36 hours or so. Let's start with the first one we did. That was Rich Gannon yesterday. Rich Gannon, before the Pro Bowl vote, before all of the recognition that Sam got this morning, cut number one, Rich Gannon, and doubling down like many of these Seahawks, playing their best ball for Seattle and for this franchise. Here was Rich speaking to some of that yesterday. Cut number one.
My bad. Give me 1 second on that.
Yeah, you're good, buddy. No, you're good. I know. A lot of moving pieces.
I think at least you see with Sam Darnold, you got an experienced quarterback. It's not always going to be perfect. We know that with Sam Darnold. But you know what? The guy is resilient. I think he's had the 9 game-winning drives in the fourth quarter overtime the last 2 seasons. He had 5 total in his career.
Prior to all of that, before this year. So, yeah, and I think, Brady, you're right alongside Hawk Blogger and many, like, hey, y'all have labeled this guy as not clutch. Y'all point to the plays and some of the mistakes that when it doesn't happen. But can we give the guy his due for when it does happen? Because his late game numbers, his clutch numbers, his late game drives over the last couple of years have been one of the 3 best in all the NFL.
Yeah, and by the way, does Rich Gannon have a little John Morosi in the voice to him? Like if you sped up Rich Gannon, if you put it at like 1.2 speed, I think you'd get some John Morosi there. That struck me as I was listening to him. But I think the notion that Darnold, even going into that last game, can't win the big game, it's kind of ridiculous to me because the guy just hasn't played in a lot of big games in his career. He played in a very big one in college and played a hell of a game in the Rose Bowl for USC.
And by the way, that year played a big one in Washington.
Yeah.
The Huskies had not lost. That was the year I believe the Huskies went to the college football playoff, in fact. And the only loss that year in the regular season was to Sam Darnold, who time and again on third downs in that game, you can ask Chris Peterson and you can ask Jimmy Lake and what that was like trying to defend him. Time and again made all the plays to win a game in Husky Stadium that no one did, I believe, in like a 3-year stretch. So that was in college. That was the Rose Bowl. And then, as you pointed out, last year at the end of the year, not great in Detroit. And obviously the playoff game. But there were other comeback wins.
Yeah, pretty good versus Green Bay the week before that Detroit game.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah, and he just hasn't played. I mean, when you spend your first 3 seasons in New York, your next 2 seasons in Carolina, the fact of the matter is you're just not playing in a lot of big games. And so I'm not going to tell you that he is a great big game quarterback. We haven't seen it one way or another. So I think that narrative is still to be determined. What I do strongly believe about Sam Darnold is you are seeing a quarterback who is benefiting and really has for the last 3 seasons of being on a team and being in an organization that is setting him up for success. And I think that the more you see quarterbacks like Darnold, maybe like Geno Smith a few years ago with Seattle, like other quarterbacks around the NFL right now, Daniel Jones in Indianapolis, the jumps that these guys make, you got to look at it as being somewhat a product of being in better situations and being with teams that are coaching these guys up for success. And, Rich Gannon, probably a good example of that. He shared that story about how he hadn't really heard a coach speak to him in the terms that Marty Schottenheimer spoke to him when he got to Kansas City, when he pulled him aside at practice and said, if you don't take care of the ball, you will not play here. And I think Rich would tell you that it's not a coincidence that his career sort of took off from that point.
And really cool is you shared that with Rich yesterday, and he was like, that's so funny you bring that up, because Matt Rule was a coach at Carolina and gave me the same opportunity to share that same conversation with Sam Darnold, and it stayed in touch with him. So, that whole story came a little full circle. By the way, system QB, remember how that used to be such a negative thing? Oh, this guy, just a system QB. Yeah, this guy, just system QB. We've heard less and less of that because, to your point, I think we've come to understand that systems really do matter. Brock Purdy in San Francisco, it matters. It's a great fit. Are all in. Just, whoa. He's, a really good fit there, just as Sam Darnold's a really good fit in this system, as Baker Mayfield is in Tampa Bay, right? The right system at the right time for the right player sees their career change. Sheil Kapadia was on after Rich Gannon yesterday. I wanted a pound of flesh. I went after Sheil hard, and I went after him hard early. How dare you rank the Seahawks a C- offensively? How dare you doubt John Schneider and the moves they made this offseason? Sheil, you got anything to speak to yourself in cut number 8 when I asked Sheil Kapadia why they've gone from a C- to an A on offense? Here was Sheil Kapadia's answer.
I think that they knew, or they had a vision that Sam Darnold in this scheme could play as well as he did or better than he did last year in that Viking scheme. And that's, to be quite frank, what I was skeptical of. I said, all right, I've heard some good things about Clint Kubiak, but he doesn't have the same resume as some of these great offensive coaches in the NFL. So I need to see it to believe it. And I think they looked at it and said, no, the things we're going to ask him to do, he's going to be able to do those things in this offense. And Jackson Smith-Njigba, I'm sure everybody was high on him. I'm sure they liked him. I don't know that anyone thought he was going to reach this level of wide receiver, specifically when defenses are coming in every week saying we're going to game plan for him. He's the guy we need to take away, and he's still doing it. I mean, that is the mark of a truly great wide receiver. So I think those things have come together. The offensive line has certainly improved, and it's led to this spot where
I got a buddy, Paul, who runs Marquee Data, and he would talk to you about data points. You will use that term occasionally, Brady, that we don't have enough data, right? We don't have enough inputs. I wonder now, as I re-listen to that, and one of the things that I do enjoy about this segment for you in review, which we do on Fridays, and all of these interviews you find on YouTube, and pretty cool this week that both Sheil and Matt were on video. You could watch that as well. Is I do wonder, as I listen back to that, how important that game was last December, when Sam Darnold, maybe it was late November, and the Vikings came to the Seahawks in a game that Mike McDonald and the Seattle had to win, right? It was Green Bay, it was Minnesota, it was back-to-back weeks. Got to try to find a way to win one of those games if you were going to make the playoffs last year. They did not. They lost both, and it cost them and why they had to watch the playoffs and are not this year. I wonder how important that game was from a data point, planning for him, preparing for him. And you remember what happened in that game, don't you?
I sure do.
If you want to talk about late game and is this guy clutch or does this guy fumble it away? I remember in the fourth quarter that he had to step up right in the face of pressure, got absolutely blasted as he threw a touchdown to Jefferson down the field. Not too dissimilar, by the way, from the corner route that he threw to Kupp, going the same direction to the south, one to the right, that one a deep over to the left. But both times staring down contact and a shot right to his jaw, not flinching, putting it on the money. And I do wonder, if that helped for them to say, I felt that guy. I knew what it was like competing. So did our guys. And he was going to be a better fit for us than maybe the whole national narrative certainly thought he would be.
Yeah, and that was a very tense moment. That was his third touchdown pass of the game. And look, there's a lot of conversation about home field advantage, and you had certainly several games over the last few seasons where opponents, fans showed up in droves. I don't think that was one of them. And if you go back, I recently, for a story I wrote earlier this season, I went back and watched that drive again. Darnold is having to hold his hands over the ear holes of his helmet. He's having to go up to the line of scrimmage to communicate with his offensive lineman. There was one play where he scrambled and it sort of took him towards the Viking sideline, and he goes straight to Kevin O'Connell to get the play call because he doesn't want to have to bother with the headset knowing that it was going to be hard to hear it. That was a incredibly tense moment. So not only to do it with so much on the line, but he also did it in a pretty difficult environment, and I think some miscommunication on the back end of Seattle's defense. Maybe that was partly attributed to the noise there and them having some trouble dealing with it. But Sam Darnold had to deal with it, and he did it, and that was a huge moment for him and the Vikings.
Love it. Okay, and then the last thing, and the last interview was this morning on video. If you missed it again, for you in review, is just a reminder that you can find all of these on YouTube, on our YouTube page, and Justin and the whole crew do an amazing job of putting these together and splicing them together, and it's always a blast when guys come on video with us, as Matt Hasselbeck did this morning. It was really cool because he got to react in real time about a half hour after we heard the news that Sam Darnold was one of 6 Seahawks to be voted in this first round, the most important wave of the Pro Bowl. Respect from his peers when I asked Hasselbeck why. Why did Sam get that nod over Brock Purdy, over Jared Goff, or over Jordan Love, over Jalen Hurts? Matt Hasselbeck had this to say this morning.
In the NFC. So it's a little weird to like decide this now because there's so much meaningful football that needs to still happen. I mean, if Sam Darnold is hosting, home field advantage throughout the playoffs, then no one's going to blink, and it's like, oh, you're the 1 seed, first round bye, all that. You're going to be like, yeah, of course you should have been there. Like that was another thing. And then the Kevin O'Connell thing and the Justin Jefferson, can he do it without him? He's completely done it without him. He's done it without him and they've fallen apart without him. So some of it's that, and then the other part is like, who else are you going to put in? Like, who's the guy? Like, who are you going to put in instead of Sam Darnold? And I don't think there's anybody that I would replace him with.
From a numbers perspective, you could with Jared Goff.
Yeah.
From a numbers perspective, he's had an amazing year.
8 more touchdown passes.
Yeah, Dak Prescott, he does make the Pro Bowl. In Matt's view, Dak was kind of the third guy. Sam wasn't even the third on his ballot. It was like Matt Stafford's the MVP, 40 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, unbelievable historic year that he is having, and they're winning. Sam Darnold in Matt's world is 2, and then Dak gets in with all the stats and the numbers. But Jalen Hurts is a winner. He's won a Super Bowl. He's got bigger name recognition. He was the Super Bowl MVP last year. Brock Purdy continues to produce. He did miss time earlier this year, but he's had to carry the Niners offense with Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle have had to carry a really mediocre defense on the other side with all of their injuries. I think Jordan Love plays in Green Bay and is at big moments and big stages and national primetime games and Thanksgiving game. And yeah, I think there could have been a case, to be made against Sam if people wanted to be lazy and just wanted to just follow the national narratives rather than, hold on a second, this dude's a number 1 seed. Hold on a second, this guy's throwing a lot of touchdowns. Hold on a second, man, this guy's winning a lot of games. Hold on a second, this guy has elevated JSN to be the best receiver in the game, and JSN has certainly done his part on the other end of those, making plays for him. But yeah, I think a pretty cool recognition for Sam Darnold to get it done.
Yeah, look, I understand why the Pro Bowl voting is what it is. So for people who don't know, it's there's 3 sections of the voting that each carry equal weight. There's the fan voting, there's the player voting, and there's the coach voting. Now, I understand why the NFL wants to involve fans in the process. It gets them invested.
And by the way, in the fan voting, Sam was not way up there.
He was not. No.
Nope.
No. So this
was not a fan vote.
Yeah, this was done by players and coaches. That's what got him into the Pro Bowl. Now, in my opinion, I think Pro Bowl, I think All-Pro, MVP, all those awards, I think they should take fans out of it. I think they should take media members out of it. They should have a certain number of scouts and personnel executives and say the people who are most qualified to vote on this thing, those are the ones who should vote on it. That's just my personal opinion. But again, I understand why fans are involved because that's, the Pro Bowl is a product that the NFL is trying to sell to its fans. And the way you get them invested is give them players that they want to watch. I do think sometimes it gets skewed, like what Matt Hasselbeck was saying. Travis Kelce, really? Is he really having a Pro Bowl season? I don't know about that. So, that's my little soapbox that I usually get on this time of the year when it comes to Pro Bowl. And here I am railing against the Pro Bowl when I was telling people to calm down.
So even cooler in some ways for Sam, right? That it wasn't the fans. That it wasn't just a popularity vote. Like if you want to kind of further infuse Sam with confidence, and I don't think he needs that outside noise, nor is he motivated by it. But the game last Thursday night to deliver, to get it done, to slay the Rams and Chris Shula, and to go down and have to do it by scoring a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. They were all very real and nothing fluky about any of that production with the game on the line. And then to get voted in, not by the fans. In fact, maybe that was some of my shock as well, because I was looking at the fan vote and he was nowhere near. And if that's a third of the vote, that means the 2/3, his peers and people in the NFL that know are like, yeah, this dude's balling. And I'll tell you who else, and he won't take a victory lap, and it's because it's not his nature. And he won't go public, and you won't hear anything from him.
No.
But there's some folks in that front office, and John Schneider and the personnel department and Mike McDonald who made this decision to pivot from Geno Smith. There's a whole group of them that on this kind of Christmas holiday should be pretty proud of the decision they made. They pivoted from Russell. Everyone laughed at that, right? Rich Gannon brought that up yesterday. Everyone's like, you're crazy. Franchise, young quarterback, and you're moving on from him. And what was Geno the next year? Comeback player of the year, right? Then it got a little hairy with Geno, and they pivot from him to Sam Darnold. And while many mocked, and there's a whole lot of tweets from a lot of folks at ESPN, some we really respect, that mocked that move and laughed it off and couldn't believe it. I think there's somewhere that John Schneider and Trent and Mike and all the rest of them can go, yeah, we kind of know what we're doing here. We got a pretty good eye at quarterback. And when we make a decision, a bold decision like this, to see it pay off with a Pro Bowl vote, they too should be pretty proud of that.
Yeah, and you heard Rich Gannon say yesterday that he trusts John Schneider as much as anybody when it comes to quarterback decisions. And these last few moves, you have seen why. And, I'm sure they are especially happy knowing that, Sam Darnold making the Pro Bowl is not going to cost them any extra money like it sometimes does when players, when they have these Pro Bowl incentives written into their contract. It happened with Bobby Wagner a few years ago. I think he got $500,000 for making the Pro Bowl. So no such incentive with Darnold. As we talked about in Blue 88, he does have quite a few other incentives that add up to $5 million on the line over these final 2 regular season games and then going into the playoffs.
And I'll give you one last little thing, too, just to put one last little cherry on top of what's been the story of the day, and that is the Pro Bowl voting. Pretty cool that you do it both internally with people you've drafted and developed, which is a big part and really the lifeblood of this organization. And Devin, a 3rd straight Pro Bowl. Not many corners do that right out the gate, back-to-back Pro Bowls. JSN with the Pro Bowl, somebody you drafted. Both of those guys you're going to pay, right? That is going to happen. So you do it on that draft side. You did it in free agency, with DeMarcus Lawrence, something those waters, they don't wade in a lot. But as you said, on a return on investment, making what he's making compared to Myles Garrett and those other Pro Bowlers, about 1/3 of the pay of those guys. So you did it in free agency. You did it with Sam Darnold, right? And you did it with Rashid Shaheed, right? A mid-season acquisition that you had an eye for that, and you knew the impact he could have on this team. I mean, you kind of do it in all phases, which is why this team is sitting here at 12-3.
Yeah.
Why it's all in control. The playoffs coming through here, and again, a testament to the acquisition side of the things.
Yeah, 2 trade acquisitions with Leonard Williams and Rashid Shaheed, and that Rashid Shaheed trade continues to pay off in a big way. And not only with what he's doing on special teams, but also emerging as a pretty dangerous weapon offensively as well.
All right, Charles, you can bring that music up, my friend. Guess what, Brady? You get to go home on a Tuesday off day.
No, I'm going to the VMAC, my friend. They are not off today. They have player available. Oh, my microphone pivots away from me. Yeah, because they moved around their schedule for the holiday. They're doing some work down there at the VMAC.
There you
today.
go. Well, that is pretty cool, man. Those guys that all get voted in. And the other great thing, they're good dudes, man. They're just good dudes that their teammates love, and that's not always the case. But these are guys that their teammates are going to celebrate. They're going to want to pick up Byron and Jason and pick those guys up who may be in their feelings a little bit as well. They may or may not have been snubbed. But Brady, thank you honestly for the work the last couple days. It's always a little nerve-wracking running the show, but having you as a co-pilot makes it much easier. Lyle stepping up big time. Charles, my goodness gracious, a man of so many talents.
Thanks, Brock. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Yeah,
Merry Christmas to you too, Charles and Lyle and Brock.
Everybody out there, I hope you all have some special time with your loved ones. But as we turn it over to Bump and Stacy, Mr. Henderson, for this day, the hay
in the barn.
Get to the chopper!
Hey, it's Stacy Ross.
What's up? It's Michael Bumpus.
Of Bump and Stacy, obviously. And we just want to wish you guys happy holidays and thank you all for sticking with us in 2025.
2025 has been crazy. Let's have a better 2026.
So from all of us at the Bump and Stacy Show, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year.
2026, you have some big shoes to fill, and we can't wait. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays from Seattle Sports.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details. This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident Book Series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Well, it's pretty hard to believe the holidays are here, and now is a great time for fitness gifts for your friends and family, or maybe even for yourself. Hey, Brock Ewart here, and from weight sets and accessories to the complete home gym, my friends at Top Fitness is the place to shop, and doing it right now. Top Fitness got certified pre-owned, pre-core commercial treadmills that are the same models used in hotels and clubs that typically sell for over $13,000 and available for you. You ready for this? For $3,300. They look like new and they come with a full warranty. So don't settle for that lightweight, cheaper treadmill when you can get a deal this good. As always, you get free delivery and assembly on those pre-core treadmills, ellipticals, and exercise bikes. It's no secret why everyone from personal trainers to pro athletes love Top Fitness. You can visit them in Tukwila, Linwood, or Bellevue, or go to topfitness.com for all the fitness enthusiasts on your holiday lists. Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Guys, if you're worn down, putting on weight, dealing with low T symptoms, or ED, something's off. Ignoring symptoms doesn't fix the real issue. For a limited time, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering free full diagnostic panels. A $400 value. It checks testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. The key areas that reveal what's driving low T, ED, and more. Plus, qualified patients get up to 25% off select treatments now through year end. This gives you a clear answer on what's off and the steps to improve it. Over 120,000 patients have trusted Revive since 2011 because the results are real. Claim your free full diagnostic panel today. Call 206